Please take your seats. We will start the conference. We will be speaking our national languages, so you have translation to Polish, Lithuanian and English. Tai aš gal tik tai tokį mažą techninį.
Some technical details. I would like to thank the Speaker of the Seimas for paying tribute to this important event by members of Parliament and historians. We are celebrating the 130th anniversary after our last uprising. We wanted to organize this event in order to remind us the fights that we have and also to have the reflections into the future. So I would like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Seimas,
Welcome to Parliament of Lithuania. Gerbiami renginio dalyviai,
ladies and gentlemen, fellow companions, I am privileged to co-patron this conference with Madam Elżbieta Witek, Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. I see this conference and tomorrow's visit of Marshal Witek to Lithuania as the expression of the historical legacy of the Republic of Lithuania and the strategic partnership between the two peoples today. As the conference program rightly points out, a conference dedicated to the 1863 uprising in the context of Russia's current war in Ukraine requires to once again highlight the significance of freedom for our region and to bring together the events of a different historical period into a single picture. The Ukrainian struggle in 2022 and 23 and the uprising of 1863 share the same desire for freedom, the same aspiration to defend the dignity, the identity and values of the people, the same enemy and its imperialist aspirations and ambitions. This makes the Ukrainian struggle very similar and comprehensible to us Lithuanians. That is why from the very first second of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, we have stood with the Ukrainian people and we will continue to do so until the victory and beyond, helping Ukraine to become an integral and full part of the European Union and the Euro-Atlantic family. Both the Ukrainian struggle and the 1863 uprising highlights the high cost of freedom. History shows that freedom is often to be defended or won by armed struggle. As regards the 1863 uprising, historians estimate that 321 battles or confrontations with the Russian troops took place on the territory of Lithuania alone during the whole uprising. The uprising failed. It claimed many human lives and crippled the destinies of thousands. The uprising encouraged the Tsarist government to intensify the discrimination against and the Russification of the population in the region. Mikhail Muravyov, later nicknamed the Hangman, became the symbol of the repression. Today, Ukraine has its own hangman. Even Russia's drive to Russify Ukraine and abolish Ukraine's national identity echoes the Russification efforts in Lithuania after 1863. However, the identity of a nation cannot be easily erased. You can put down an uprising and deport the insurgents to Siberia, but the insurgent spirit and the desire for freedom will persist. The Lithuanian and other nations that took part in the uprising have never forgotten 1863. They told their children and grandchildren about it. The memory of the heroes of the uprising, Zygmunt Serakovsky, Antanas Mackevičius, Vincentai Konstantai Kalinovsky, Boleslav Kolishka, Ludwig Narbut, and many others has remained alive. Many of them bear Belarusian names. This shows that the 1863 uprising is a common legacy of all the peoples of the former Commonwealth of the two nations. The Lithuanian and Polish nations are free today. I have no doubt that the Ukrainians will also defend their freedom. And if they win, a wave of freedom will break out for the Belarusians. and it will be successful. We discussed the prospect for the future of Belarus in this very room a year ago at the conference named after Konstanty Kalinovsky, one of the leaders of the 1863 uprising. I said then that as one of the first awakeners of the Belarusian nation, he preferred the traditions of democracy, tolerance, and freedom that were fostered in the Commonwealth of the two nations to the national oppression of cultures dominated by Imperial Russia. This idea of Kalinovsky has regained its relevance today, both in Belarus and in Ukraine. In order to refrain from reliving the painful fate of the 1863 uprising, when the insurgents were not given any real military assistance by countries such as France, Great Britain, and Austria, even though it had been expected. Today, Europe must not repeat the mistakes of the past and must put all their efforts to help Ukraine. For Ukraine's struggle echoes the slogan of the 1863 uprising, for your freedom and ours. Thank you. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We also have a video address by Madam Elżbieta Witek, Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. She is visiting Lithuania tomorrow, but now you're welcome to see her welcome address by video.
Sejmu Republiki Litewskiej, szanowni uczestnicy konferencji. Polska i Litwa zostały obdarzone szczególnym darem wspólnego dziedzictwa historycznego. Przeszłość, którą pielęgnujemy, nie jest dla nas jedynie sprawą pamięci czy wdzięczności przodkom za dokonania, z których wyrastamy i na których dzisiaj opiera się nasz narodowy byt. Przeszłość to również źródło doświadczenia, które może stać się naszym sprzymierzeńcem w walce z współczesnymi wyzwaniami w regionie, w Europie i na świecie, będących efektem barbarzyńskiej agresji Rosji na Ukrainę. W kwietniu ubiegłego roku w Sejmie Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej wspólnie z panią przewodniczącą oraz parlamentarzystami i ekspertami dyskutowaliśmy o Rzeczpospolitej obojga narodów w Europie, dziele naszych poprzedników, wyrosłym przed wiekami na gruncie łączących Polskę i Litwę wartości chrześcijańskich i kulturowych. Dziełem, które pozostaje dzisiaj tak bardzo aktualne w realnej walce z wrogiem czyhającym na wschodnich rubieżach. W listopadzie 2019 roku w Wilnie oddaliśmy hołd doczesnym szczątkom przywódców powstania styczniowego Zygmunta Sierakowskiego i Konstantego Kalinowskiego. Wśród podążających za trumnami wspólnych bohaterów w drodze na wileńską Rosę powiewały flagi polskie, litewskie i białoruskie. Białoruscy uczestnicy wołali w obliczu dramatycznych wydarzeń w ich kraju „Żywie Białoruś”. Słowa te podsycały w nas bunt przeciw brutalnemu pogwałceniu prawa do wolności, tak jak dziś z naszym nieugiętym sprzeciwem spotyka się Rosja, winna zbrodni wojny w Ukrainie. Konstanty Kalinowski stał się w ubiegłym roku patronem pułku, ochotniczej jednostki w ramach Sił Zbrojnych Ukrainy, złożonej z Białorusinów w celu obrony Ukrainy przed rosyjską inwazją. Tak powróciła charyzma wspólnych bohaterów, potęga wspólnych doświadczeń, które chociaż określane jako historyczne, znajdują współczesne odniesienia. Wielką wdzięczność budzi nieustanne pielęgnowanie naszego wspólnego, historycznego dyskursu, który tym razem przenosi nas pamięcią w mroźny, styczniowy czas, kiedy przed 160 laty trzeba było wyrazić swój zdecydowany sprzeciw wobec imperialistycznych zapędów Moskwy. Tak jak czynimy to ramię w ramię dzisiaj. Jak słusznie zauważyła pani przewodnicząca, dramatyczna sytuacja w regionie związana z wojną w Ukrainie ożywia temat powstań, oporu wobec agresji i walki o wolność, ale nie czyni tego jedynie dla naukowej satysfakcji. Jej dopełnieniem staje się lekcja, którą wyciągamy z oceny minionych doświadczeń, zwycięstw i porażek. Z wniosków i ocen ówczesnej walki o wolność z przodkami dzisiejszego agresora, który nie ustaje w kontynuowaniu swojej okrutnej, ekspansywnej polityki, budujemy niezłomną redutę na wschodniej flance NATO i wschodniej granicy Unii Europejskiej, aby pod znakiem orła i pogoni ocalić wolność naszą i waszą. W nocy z 22 na 23 stycznia 1863 roku rozpoczęło się powstanie styczniowe. Największy zryw narodowo-wyzwoleńczy przeciwko rosyjskiemu zaborcy. Powstańcy byli słabo uzbrojeni, ale chcieli walczyć. W walkę chcieli zaangażować wszystkie siły narodowe. Liczyli na pomoc zewnętrzną obiecaną przez Francję i Wielką Brytanię. Pomoc jednak nie nadeszła. Pozostawieni na pastwę losu powstańcy byli skazani na porażkę, ale nie rezygnowali z walki. Dowództwo nad powstańcami na Litwie, gdzie władze rosyjskie zaprowadziły wówczas surowe prawo, objął Zygmunt Sierakowski. Tamtejsi rosyjscy dowódcy postanowili utopić powstanie we krwi. Michaił Murawiow zarządził publiczne egzekucje na wileńskim placu Łukiskim. Wśród powieszonych byli między innymi ranny w boju Zygmunt Sierakowski oraz Wincenty Konstanty Kalinowski. Z kolei na stokach warszawskiej Cytadeli zakończył życie na szubienicy Romuald Traubut. Dla kolejnych pokoleń powstanie styczniowe stało się symbolem heroicznego czynu, a także wyrazem woli walki o niepodległość. Z jego konspiracyjnego dziedzictwa czerpali następnie twórcy Polskiej Organizacji Wojskowej w latach Wielkiej Wojny oraz Polskiego Państwa Podziemnego, a także działacze powojennej opozycji antykomunistycznej. W 1918 roku żyło jeszcze ponad 3000 powstańców styczniowych. Kiedy przywołujemy pamięć o powstaniu styczniowym, kiedy wypowiadamy Gloria Victis, chwała zwyciężonym, ówczesna historia przemawia do nas faktami. Brakiem poparcia Zachodu dla walczących powstańców, nierówną walką, represjami Rosjan wobec powstańców i ludności ich wspierającej, zesłania, katorgi, egzekucje, utrata majątków. Historia jest nauczycielką życia. Pomni tamtych doświadczeń, dziś wspólnie i solidarnie stajemy w obronie Ukrainy. Polskę i Litwę łączy wspólna historia oraz ofiary powstania styczniowego. W takim samym stopniu bolą nas represje dokonane przez Rosję na uczestnikach powstania. Wspólny był bezwzględny wróg, który zamierzał dokonać całkowitej rusyfikacji Polaków i Litwinów, dążył do unicestwienia naszych kultur, oświaty i wiary. Wróg, który wdzierał się przemocą w nasze granice ze swoją zakłamaną historią, swoimi pseudobohaterami zaangażowanymi w rusyfikację, później w sowietyzację Polski i Litwy. Pojęcie wolności nie zmieniło się. Kosztuje tak samo życie, zdrowie, bezpieczeństwo najbardziej bezbronnych. Nie zmieniła się twarz wroga ze wschodu, który testuje naszą solidarność i sprawdza, na ile jesteśmy silni, ile wytrwamy. Życzę Państwu, aby dzisiejsza dyskusja, będąca efektem współpracy Sejmu Republiki Litewskiej z Ambasadą Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej na Litwie i Instytutem Historii Litwy, przyczyniła się do trafnego odczytywania przez pryzmat wspólnej historii znaków czasu oraz znalezienie skutecznych rozwiązań chroniących wolność dla nas i dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Thank you very much, Madam Marshal. Well, hopefully we will be able to welcome you once again and to thank you once again at the Seimas. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Habilitus Alvydas Nikžentaitis, Director of the Lithuanian Institute of History, to say an introductory speech. We also have a welcome address of Mr. Audronius Ažubalis. He asked to remind to all of you that politics history has to be together. Thank you very much. The politicians talked about history, and I will start from politics. Therefore, my first sentence will be the following. The present makes topical or the past, or sometimes not. Therefore, the 1863 uprising, to which this conference is dedicated, now sees the anniversary of 160 years. And now we see how important the past has become. It was not possible to imagine it otherwise. This anniversary has come at the very exact time, because the main slogan of the uprising, which was "for your freedom and ours," is very topical these days, because Ukrainians are fighting not only for their freedom, but also for our freedom. And this is the basis for remembering the experiences of the uprising of 1863, because that's when understanding of freedom was developed. Up until now, we have seen 3 states in the world. Well, my calculation may not be absolutely exact. So these 3 states had their identity defined by the story related to freedom. One of the 3 states is Lithuania, but also Poland and the United States of America. To my understanding, now we have Ukraine joining this group of 3 states. Right now, it is developing the story at the battlefield, which will definitely become part of the Ukrainian identity. Up until the last year, I have been thinking that freedom is the word that has been translated from the Polish language, because the history of Poland is the synonym of freedom. More than a decade ago, there were discussions going on in Poland on the Polish History Museum. And these discussions were entitled in the following way: do we need the monuments to the history of freedom? And as we can see, the freedom of Poland was the synonym of this. And today, beyond doubt, we have Ukraine joining the club of the 3 states. In all of those fights for our freedom, we were together with our neighbors, with Polish and Belarusians, and now we are together with Ukrainians. The fight for freedom always raises additional questions, because not every battle for freedom is successful. And here, today, we will discuss the meaning of the so-called meaningless uprisings. Can we understand everything? Can we understand the concept of freedom and the aim for freedom only in our rational thoughts? Are there only rational motives that the people are driven by? And the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs had these ideas first, and this conference is being arranged before the meeting of the 3+ and plus the opposition of the Belarus here in the Seimas. Therefore, this historical dimension has an additional meaning. I have no doubts that in the last session of this conference, we will speak about the things that need to be done in the future for our freedom not to be as fragile as it might have seemed now. Therefore, this merge of history and politics gains additional meaning, because we cannot create future without the past. We have to step on the past in order to develop plans for the future. Therefore, I would like us to speak about the importance of freedom, not only theoretically, but I would like to suggest discussing very specific political steps, and I would like these discussions to go on this evening and tomorrow morning. So we have to discuss what to do in order not to endanger our freedom. Thank you very much, Mr. Paviljonis, and I'm happy for the possibility to contribute. Thank you very much. Alvydas. Actually, this idea was born during the speakers of the parliaments during the Lublin meeting. And that's when the decision was taken to intensify this dialogue. And that's when it was decided to discuss history and fight for our future. As you know, NATO summit is to take place in Vilnius, and now we are working for the outcomes of this NATO summit to be as favorable as possible, not only for Lithuania, but for Ukraine as well. And now, as you know, the Speaker of the Seimas is arranging a meeting of the speakers of parliaments at the beginning of June. And we, chairs of the committees on foreign affairs, we have already met in Washington, and we will also attend the conference of Kalinowski to be held in Washington on the 28th of March. Two conferences took place in Vilnius, one of them took place in Brussels, and now it's going to be held in Washington. And I hope that the three presidents of the Lublin group will also be able to attend it. So this is in relation to our fight for freedom, but we will be able to discuss it later on in the last panel. And now I would like to give the floor to pass on the moderation to Professor Dr. Aurimas Švedas. He's going to introduce the first speakers, the speakers of the first panel. Good afternoon. When listening to the Speaker of the Seimas, Ms. Čmilytė-Nilsen, and later on when I listened to Ms. Elžbieta Vitek, as well as to Mr. Nick Žentaitis, I heard one very important statement, which is the following. The lessons of the past are very important for us because understanding them allows us to live our present life. The first panel is entitled in the following way, Reflection on the 1863 January Uprising, What is Freedom? This title may seem very serious and academic. However, I would like to remind you
Walterio Benjamino
Walter
žodžius.
Benjamin has said.
Mūsų su praeities žmonėmis
We and the people
susieja
of
tai,
the
kad
past
gyvenę praeitie linkėjo mums
are
sėkmės.
related in the following way.
Tai
Those who lived in the
jie
past
laukia
wish
mūsų, jie tikėjosi, kad mes gyvensim
us
ateityje ir darė
a
viską,
successful
kad ta
life.
ateitis
They kind of felt that we will live in
būtų
the future,
šviesi.
and they did
Tai
everything
mažiausiai, ką
that
mes
was
galim
possible
šiandien padaryti,
for our future to
prisiminti
be
tos žmonės,
bright.
kurie
So the least we can do today
kovojo už
is
savo laisvę, bet
remember
kartu
those people who
rengė
fought for our freedom
dirvą
and
mūsų ateičiai.
who prepared the ground
Leiskit po
for
šitos įžangos
our life.
pristatyti garbius
And now I would
pirmojo
like to
panelio
introduce
diskutantus,
the panelists of the first
daktarę
panel.
Olgą Mastianicą
And
iš Lietuvos
this
istorijos instituto
is
ir
Dr.
du
Olga
garbus profesorius,
Mastianica from the
Aleksandras
Lithuanian
Valenčiuk iš
Institute of
Lenkijos mokslo
History,
akademijos
also
slavistikos instituto
Professor
ir
Dr. Habilitas Alexander Smalenchuk from the
istoriką
Institute
iš
of
Varšuvos
Slavic Studies,
universiteto.
Polish Academy of Sciences, and Professor Dr. Habilitas
Garbūs pokalbininkai,
Leszek
leiskit
Zastauch,
jums
historian
visiems
and
užduoti
professor at the
bendrą
University
klausimą.
of Warsaw. And now I
Skeptiškas
would like
istorikas,
to ask
žvelgdamas
one
į tai,
question
kas
to
vyko
all of you.
sukilimo metu,
A skeptical
21
historian
amžiaus žmogaus
who
perspektyvos,
looked at what has
gali
happened
liūdnai
during
konstatuoti.
the uprising of the
negalėjo baigtis
1863 may say that this
Ir
uprising could not have
šiandienos
ended in
žmogus,
victory.
suvokdamas tą situacijos
And,
dramatizmą,
Understanding the drama of the situation
turėtų kelti kitą klausimą.
makes
Ir
it
vis tik tai
even more
Mes
important
privalom
to raise
prisiminti
a different
šitame
question.
sukilime dalyvavusius
We have
valstiečius,
to remember the
miestiečius,
peasants, town people,
bajorus,
noblemen,
lietuvius,
Polish,
baltarusius,
Lithuanian, Belarusian people
kurie
who took
bent jau
part in
dalis
this
iš jų
uprising.
ėjo į sukilimą netikėdami,
And
kad
at least,
tai yra pralošta kova. Jie
a
turėjo
few of
vilties, jie
them
turėjo drąsos svajoti.
Went to this
Kaip jie atsakė į tą
uprising
klausimą? Tokie
with the
skirtingi
courage
žmonės. Kas
to
yra
dream about the victory.
laisvė?
So
Ir ar
the
šitas
question
atsakymas
is,
vyksta
what
sukilimui
is
keistis?
freedom, and
Kas galėtų
what do you
pradėti
think?
atsakyti
Has
į šitą
this
klausimą?
understanding of freedom developed and changed later on during the uprising? Who would be willing to answer the first question? The floor is yours.
Labą dieną. Taip, nedrąsu pirmai pradėti.
Good afternoon.
Iš tikrųjų yra be galo įdomus, svarbus klausimas.
It is a very
Ir
interesting
kalbant
and
apie laisvės
important
sampratą,
question. When we speak about the notion of freedom, first of all, we have to say that the January uprising used the dual name,
skiriasi nuo ankstesnių sukilimų. Pirmą kartą
and it was different from previous uprisings.
propagandinė, agitacinė
For the
kova,
first
kuri
time, the
yra
propaganda
apeliuojama į skirtingus
fight
visuomenės sluoksnius. Ir kaip gerbiamas Aurimai pastebėjo, kad sukilime
targeted at different social groups and social classes, and different social groups and classes participated in this uprising. But the propaganda and the promotion of this uprising was actually targeted at different social classes. And the notion of freedom also had different meanings and different undertexts. A periodical publication was issued in Lithuania, Chorogla Svobody, which is the banner of freedom, and the main objective there was the freedom of homeland. Later on, we can see political undertones that were seen, the importance of homeland. Speaking about different program documents and manifesto, the homeland was understood as the Commonwealth of the two nations. And in some cases, reference was made to Poland only. But when we speak about the 19th century, different mental maps actually are important. We speak about the historical Lithuania, historical region that is understood as Lithuania and Belarus. Ukraine is referred to as Russia. The promotion promotion, the promotion documents and promotion propaganda of the uprising dedicated and targeted at peasants spoke about the freedom of religion. In the manifesto, we see three different layers: political freedom, social, and personal freedom. So there were three layers of freedoms. So this was my consideration about the understanding of freedom in the uprising. I thank Dr. Olga Mastianica, and now I would like to give the floor to other colleagues, Alexander Stamalchuk and Leszek Zawszak.
Mówi pani doktor, natomiast
Pritariu tam, kas
pojęcie wolności zmienia i ta wielopłaszczyznowość pojęcia wolności, jaką mamy już w czasie powstania styczniowego 1863-64, to wyrosła z różnych, że tak powiem, korzeni. W tym wczesnym stadium dziejów Rzeczpospolitej, mówię już o Rzeczpospolitej obojga narodów, to jednak to musimy pamiętać, że to była wolność jednak polityczna.
The history of the Commonwealth shows that this freedom was political, personal, but only for the nobility, and the first herald that crossed the barriers of the social classes, the class of the nobility, was the insurrection of Kościuszko by introducing peasants into the fight as well. And the same was done in 1863 and 1832. At that time, it was understood that the Commonwealth of the two nations was comprised of many nations. We had Vietys, we had the eagle and many other coats of arms. We have many artifacts that are left from the January uprising. We have stamps from that time, and the Lithuanian committee had its own stamp with an eagle and Vietys and Michael Archangel. What does it say? On the one hand, freedom was understood as civic freedom, or in other words, the freedom of the nobility. And here the freedom was extended to other social classes as well. So first for the townspeople and giving privileges to them. Insurrection of the Kościuszko speaks about peasants, so all the social classes are being referred to. These were not only Polish nations, but these were all the nations living within the Commonwealth. They were not referred to this way.
To zostaje zagarnięte przez narrację polską, no oczywiście w XIX wieku, wtedy kiedy tu zaczyna powstawać ta olbrzymia literatura krzepiąca serce i cała historia Polski.
Polish narration and the Polish narrative in the literature that was dedicated to supporting civic spirit, this becomes a part of history and many people speak about it. Viktor Cukiernicki from Vilnius wrote about the reasons of different semantic mistakes. He explained the falsehoods there, why reference was made to Poland.
Cała na pewno Białoruś, cała Litwa, wszystko to była, prawda, Rzeczpospolita.
And this was done in 1772. All the Ukraine, Lithuania and Poland was seen as the Republic of Poland. So basically, this is a small mistake by the Polish historians in order to support the national spirit in the fight against Russia. And this continued until the communist times. we started changing this in Poland.
Mówmy o historii Polski wyłącznie, tylko mówmy o historii
And now
Rzeczypospolitej, a przede wszystkim
we
Rzeczypospolitej
are asked to refrain from speaking about Poland only. We have to speak about the history of the Commonwealth of the two nations. And these were not two, but four and maybe more nations, including the minorities. We had Tatars, Karims, and other nations that were not mentioned and not referred to. And this is the changing aspect now in the narrative of our history. And therefore this changes the understanding and the notion of freedom. Freedom during the uprising was understood as personal freedom, national freedom, and religious freedom. This was the understanding of freedom during the January uprising. And different fighters saw this freedom in a different light.
Bardzo lewicowych przekonaniach stracony, zresztą niedaleko miejsca, gdzie mieszkam, na tak, co się mówi, stoki warszawskiej Cytadeli, ale to jest dokładnie w parku Trauguta,
leftist Pole, Traugut, saw freedom in one perspective.
I to po prostu odkryto, tak jak tutaj na Górze Zamkowej, odkryto szczątki tych 5 osób.
The remains of Traugut were also found
W każdym razie, czyli byli ludzie
on
deklarujący się jako
Gediminas
Polacy,
Hill.
jak Kostuś Kalinowski, którzy
We had
chociaż był ze
people
szlachty, to jednak
who
on
referred to themselves as Poles, but we also had the Kalinowski.
No to był jednak człowiek, który reprezentował
And Belarusian historians are convinced that he was a person who represented the Belarusian identity and the Belarusian national identity. This is a very complex question. We have many different names.
Z punktu widzenia dzisiejszych badań historycznych, to można ich by było wielu z nich.
And according to today's historical research, we could call them as old Lithuanians, as well as my family. These people were brought up within the culture of the Polish language, but they knew their origins, they knew their roots, and they treated Lithuania as their homeland. Poland was something above that.
W Mińsku albo gdzieś, prawda, na wsi.
And they lived in Lithuania or in Minsk. They would never visit Poland in their life. So it is difficult to explain about their identity. And
czym jest ta wolność? No ta wolność to jest tak naprawdę, teraz już taka ogólna refleksja, nim skończę, ta wolność to jest wszystko.
what freedom means. Freedom is everything. This is the major objective.
Narody Rzeczpospolitej, włączając to ludność żydowską, to nas odróżniało od Rosjan, od Moskali. Dlatego, że
And this is actually something that makes us different from Russians.
Dzisiaj popularnie mówi wdrukowany stereotyp imperialny.
Because even at that time they had the imperial stereotype and they followed that stereotype. Muravyev was hated in St. Petersburg. He was referred to as the killer. But he was very handy in bringing down the uprising and punishing the insurgents. So freedom means everything for us. Freedom does not mean much for Russians. And maybe this might be the reason for the current situation and the Russian federations and their self-consciousness of people living within Russia, because this is actually ingrained in their minds, deeply ingrained in their minds. I read one historian, he said that he doesn't care who rules the country, Putin or Navalny. Russia will continue to be an imperialistic country.
I cóż,
But that feeling existed during the January uprising.
wolności wśród etnicznych Polaków. Po wieloletnich studiach nad
This
narodami
understanding of freedom was rooted among Polish. I thought so, but when we study the history of different nations within the Commonwealth, I saw a different picture.
z Polakami z racji wyznaniowej, bardzo często. Także Rosjanie tak naprawdę się zaczęli rozeznawać tak powiedzmy na poziomie
Due to Lithuanians were referred to as Poles until the 19th century because of their religion.
No i oczywiście główny nacisk został położony na to, żeby skłócić
And in the beginning of the 19th century, the separation of these nations began by Russians for political reasons. And all this continued until the restoration of Lithuania's and Polish independence.
Jak Polacy. Natomiast rzeczywiście w tej narracji takiej
So
ogólnodostępnej
this
nawet
understanding of freedom in our heads is very deeply rooted, I should
To
say.
jest oczywiście w mojej opinii przekłamanie. Skąd to Polacy wynaleźli? No ja
believe
z koleżanką
this
panią
is
Olgą Ostanicą,
a mistake to say that it was a Polish uprising. I agree with what Madam Ostanica said.
Chyba ta cywilizacja języka polskiego albo łacińska
Among the European nations, except the French, the Polish, or the Latin civilization,
państwowym dopiero w końcu XVII wieku, a w szkołach łacina trwała do czasów Komisji Edukacji
was civilization of our state and our Commonwealth.
W każdym razie
The nobility studied Latin because Polish language came later on.
Utworzenie Stanów Zjednoczonych, rewolucję francuską, wszystko się dzieje mniej więcej w tym samym czasie. I co było pierwsze, czy
Similarly to the
to trudno mi w tej chwili powiedzieć, ale
foundation of the United States of America,
już nie chcę mówić
it is difficult to say which is more important, an egg or
natomiast na pewno ta
a
idea
chicken.
tutaj rozeszła się wbrew oczekiwaniom, bo moim zdaniem znaczna część szlachty nawet sobie nie zdawała sprawy z tego, że pewne ideały, które funkcjonują w tym środowisku schodzą, że tak powiem, do
Sometimes the nobility failed to understand the importance of the townspeople, of the peasants and Jews into the uprising.
Osmoza, prawda? Że przechodziło to niejako nawet czasami być może bez specjalnych dyskusji, tylko na zasadzie relacji z wydarzeń, które się dzieją. Kończąc, chciałem powiedzieć tak, że wolność to jest oczywiście tragiczna sprawa dla wielu osób.
In biology, this is referred to as the osmosis, something which is described by history, by stories without giving many details. This is a serious factor. When the regime changed in Poland, many people imagined that they would become free and everybody would be happy, live in welfare, have housing and cars, but it turned out that the guarantees are not given by freedom. And many people turned to understand the socialist republic offered many more advantages, many more guarantees for some people that, quote, cared about the people.
Tymczasem wolność przynosi przede wszystkim konieczność
about the stability of the middle class.
Tak naprawdę nie mówi teraz często.
And freedom means that you have to be responsible for your own welfare and
w czasie powstania styczniowego.
your own life.
O czym świadczą na
And
przykład
I believe that little did the people think about that during the uprising in January. The nobility
pozbywali się no bo pańszczyzna jest zniesiona, prawda? No ale kto będzie na tej ziemi pracował?
did not want to give away their land and their manors to the
Ta
peasants.
wolność dla wszystkich, wtedy w ogóle być może szlachta sobie zdawała sprawę, że wolność na przykład chłopów to jest, że tak powiem, poważny kłopot ekonomiczny dla właścicieli ziemskich.
The nobility understood
Na pewno sobie nie zdawali sprawy z tego.
that the freedom of peasants was contrary to their interests because nobody would want to work the land. So in conclusion, I should say that
w czasie tych zrywów dawnej, powiedzmy, narodów dawnej Rzeczpospolitej, o których wspomniałem, zawsze mieliśmy jakieś tam
during uprisings, we also had hopes that the West would help us, but we would always fail to get that help. In 1939, the history repeated itself.
Bo nam nigdy nikt ręki nie podał, a wcale nie na taką skalę, jaką
Actually, I believe that Ukraine is lucky now because they are given
Dziękuję bardzo,
help and support from the West, and
Ačiū
I
labai
believe this
profesoriui,
is
kurio
the
pasisakymai iš tiesų
victory, and this
susijungia
actually gives
keletas
us the
dalykų.
feeling
Istorija,
of
atmintis, politika,
victory.
geopolitika ir netgi antropologija. Na, o dabar žvelgiu į profesorių Aleksandrą
Now
Smalenčiuk.
I'd look
Prašau.
at Professor Alexander Smalenchuk. The floor is yours.
За то питання. В стичню mieliśmy debaty
Thank you for your question.
на замку
In
Władców.
January, we had a discussion
Wtedy już
in
mówiłem, że
the Palace of the Grand
kiedyś
Dukes of Lithuania.
mieliśmy wspólne powstanie, a mamy na dzień dzisiejszy,
And
ja
I
to oceniam,
said
4 różne
that we had
historiografie.
a
Mamy
joint
4 powstania,
uprising,
białoruskie,
and now we
polskie,
have
ukraińskie, litewskie, tak trochę.
4 different
A to pytanie o wolność,
historiographies
czym to była ta wolność, to
that
zdaje się,
refer to Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, and
pokazuje drogę,
Belarusian
może da stworzenie jakiejś wspólnej
uprisings.
historiografii.
Now speaking about
Napisanie historii tego
freedom,
powstania, no jednego powstania dla kilku narodów. Tak zdaje się. No, spróbuję jakoś
and the
odpowiedzieć na to pytanie
possibility
w stosunku
of
do Białorusi.
writing a single historiography of the uprising, the uprising
o jej
of
odbiorze wśród mieszkańców
the
ziem
Commonwealth.
białoruskich, litewskich w tym czasie.
I will
Wolność naprawdę
speak
miała
about the
kilku wymiarów.
Belarusian
I już
literature and
mówiliśmy o tym
Belarusian
wymiarze
understanding
politycznym.
about the freedom.
To
Freedom was
odrodzenie
seen as
Rzeczpospolitej. I tu zaczyna się pewne
multifaceted.
problemy, bo jaka powinna była być ta Rzeczpospolita? Chyba nie ta, która była. Byli różne spojrzenia na to wszystko
Commonwealth of
i
the two nations was a problematic notion. Different visions were made
niedawno
about
pisał o
that.
tym projekcie
Dr. Olga
Syrakowskiego, projekcie
Mastenica
federacyjnym.
spoke
Ten
about
projekt
the
federacji nie tylko Syrakowski, też Kalinowski.
Syrakowski's project, the
I podobnie, że po
federation,
prostu w tym w okresie
also
tego powstania jakoś takie
there was a
sprzeczki już zaczęły się,
Kalinowski
ale tak jakoś
project,
byli odłożone do
and
zwycięstwa. To
during
wcześniej
the
o tym
uprising,
mówić. Ale tu mówię o tym jeszcze dlatego, że po prostu teraz ta rocznica i
but
bardzo
people
wiele mówi
understood that it was too early to
często
speak
mówi się o
about
tej
the
jedności.
future. And why are we
No ale
discussing
żeby ta
it now?
jedność
Because
była
we are
naprawdę, to było
speaking
bardzo
about
wiele ostrych
unity.
dyskusji, bardzo ostrych dyskusji. Były naprawdę takie walki ideologiczne, tam polityczne, jak to powinno wszystko
We had
wyglądać.
many
Nie tylko pomiędzy
different
czerwonymi,
ideological
bo białymi,
clashes,
bo byli tam jeszcze
political
czerwoni,
clashes,
radykalni
not
bardziej,
only
mniej
between
tam
the white and
radykalni.
the red.
I ten aspekt narodowy
There
jakoś
were
był
some
obecny też
people
we
with
wszystkim.
very radical
Inny wymiar
worldviews.
tej
The
wolności
national
to wymiar
aspect was also
społeczny.
very important.
To bardzo ważny chyba był dla Białorusi. Bo jeżeli mówi się o
Another
Białorusi, to ta
aspect, the
agitacja Kalinowskiego,
social
związana z
aspect,
Kalinowskim,
was very
agitacja w języku
important for
białoruskim.
Belarusians
A
because the
Kalinowski był zwolennikiem
Kalinowski's
faktycznie nawet przywrócenia tego powstania
promotion
jakoś
was
taką
made in the Belarusian
rewolucję
language.
ludową.
He
I mnie
was
zdaje się nawet,
thinking about the
moi
revolution by
koledzy
the
może w
peasants.
Białorusi nie podzielają tego
And I think
tego
that my
miarkowania, tej
colleagues
myśli, że
with Belarus
ta droga
do not
Kalinowskiego do
agree
jakiejś
with
idei
my
białoruskiej
opinion
to zaczęła się od faktycznie na tej płaszczyźnie
Kalinowski's
społecznej.
path
Jeżeli
towards
zaczęli agitować
Belarusian
tych chłopów,
freedom.
trzeba agitować chłopów, żeby chłopi poszli do tego powstania, walczyli za tą wolność, no jak z nimi rozmawiać w ogóle?
Started
Trzeba
from
rozmawiać w
the
ich języku.
society.
I
He started
te pierwsze gazetki Kalinowskiego,
promoting the
prawda
uprising
murzyńska
among
tak
the
zwana,
peasants.
to po prostu byli pisane w języku białoruskim, ale pisane do dzieciuków, tam nie było
Kalinowski's
Białorusinów, tam byli dzieciuki,
newspapers
a w
were
ogólny kontekst,
published in
że
the
piszemy do
Belarusian
dzieciuków, które
language
mieszkają na
because
Litwie
they
w ogóle.
understood the importance of
I
speaking
z tego zaczyna się.
with the
I mnie
peasants
zdaje się,
in
tak
their
mogę
own
powiedzieć, że
language.
Kalinowski przeszedł swoją drogę do takiej
the
pozycji
peasants,
narodowej od 1862 do ostatnich swoich listów przed śmiercią, listów spod szybienicy, gdzie on już wyznaje siebie jako Białorusin i tam po raz pierwszy jakieś Pierwsze takie próby zrozumienia, co to jest Białoruś i pewne idei narodowe, co to jest. To jest język i szkoła białoruska. Ten taki wizerunek, obraz kalinowskiego bohatera narodowego to raczej jest taki produkt późniejszego czasu. W tym czasie bardzo ciężko zobaczyć w ogóle jakąś tu ideę narodową białoruską. Raczej idea taka społeczna jakaś była, chłopska idea. Ale z tego zaczyna się, to jakieś początki. No a teraz już w pamięci Białorusinów kalinowski to symbol numer jeden, symbol wolności, niepodległości. Trzeci wymiar w ogóle tej wolności to wymiar religijny. To jest bardzo ważne, to często nie oceniane może należnym do Białorusi. Jeżeli dla większości Litwinów, Polaków to była walka za jakąś wolność Kościoła rzymskokatolickiego, na Białorusi to jeszcze była pamięć o cerkwi unickiej. Cerkiew unicka została zlikwidowana w 1839 roku, to 22-23 lata przeszły. To jeszcze nie było żadnej takiej poważnej zmiany. I bardzo wiele w tej literaturze agitacyjnej Kalinowskiego, nie tylko Kalinowskiego, mówi się o tych unitach, o przemocy, która była przeciwko Niemitom. Ciągle tam często była taka sytuacja, że po prostu ludzie nie chodzili nie do kościoła, nie do cerkwi. Spróbowali walczyć za swoją wiarę. O tym mówi Kalinowski, nie tylko Kalinowski mówi. I jeszcze jeden taki aspekt bardzo ważny dla mnie, zdaje się, to odbiór po prostu. Jaki odbiór to wszystko miało na Białorusi. No i powstanie, wiemy, że powstanie przegrało i następstwa tego to byli straszne po prostu. I często na Białorusi mówi się o tym, że te chłopy nie podtrzymali, chociaż to nie jest tak. To był bardzo zdziwiony, kiedy, teraz mamy takie dane pewne statystyczne, że tam na Grodzińszczyźnie, w gubernii grodzińskiej, tam prawie 26-27% powstańców to byli chłopi. Tam. Na Mińszczyźnie 25%. Każda gubernia prawie 20% powstańców to byli chłopi. To może i niewiele zdaje się. No ale po prostu, jeżeli my rozumiemy tego czasu konflikt społeczny, chłopi, szlachta, ziemiaństwo, to był po prostu sukces tej propagandy. I ja nawet ta statystyka był trochę zaskoczony, bo nie wierzyłem, że chłopi mogą tak jakoś przyjąć tę ideę wolności i walczyć za tę ideę wolności. Ale przyjęli.
We did not believe that peasants would want to take on this idea of freedom and fight for this, but actually they did, and Kalinowski's contribution into that is really important.
I jeszcze ostatnia rzecz, którą chciałbym powiedzieć. A teraz już wiemy, że tu w zbiorach Litewskiego Muzeum Narodowego jest bardzo ciekawe takie materiały, ja to nazywam kolekcja bernardyńska. Dokumenty, które zostały odnalezione w kościele bernardyńskim w 1979 roku, jeszcze dawno, ale byli tam, przychodzili w stadium tej restauracji tam i inne rzeczy. I tam jest bardzo, można powiedzieć, wiele tych dokumentów w języku białoruskim, nie napisanych przez Kalinowskiego w ogóle. Bo to robiliśmy analizę grafologiczną. Okazało się, to różne ludzie pisali. I okazało się, że po prostu, że ten taki wątek białoruski lub można umowno powiedzieć, taka partia białoruska w tym powstaniu była nie tylko Kalinowski. To było kilka osób przynajmniej, i które różnili się w swoich podejściach, poglądach, ale zdecydowanie robili, spróbowali jakoś opierać się na Białorusinów i spróbowali jakoś zakładać tam podstawy, fundamenty tej idei narodowej, jeśli myśleć o przyszłości. Dziękuję.
And they were thinking about the future and supporting this uprising.
Daktarė Olga Mastianica, eidamas į šią konferenciją prisiminiau, kad 2013 metais, kuomet minėjome 150-asias sukilimo metines, Vilniaus taikomosios dailės muziejuje buvo atidaryta paroda žymaus lenkų dailininko romantiko Artūro Brodgerio ir šitoj parodoj eksponuotuose paveiksluose mes galėjom pamatyti tokį idealų sukilėlį, maištininką, jauną vyrą, kuris yra kovingas, jaunas, veržlus. Tuo tarpu šalia tokių sukilėlių buvo vaizduojamos ištikimos mylimosios motinos ir našlės. Taip sakant, sukilimą stebėjusios, jį išgyvenusios moterys. Mes jau palėtėm šiandien labai įvairius aspektus, kaip skirtingi socialiniai sluoksniai, kaip skirtingos tautos suvokia, kas yra laisvė, kokios jie laisvės siekia. Bet man labai įdomu, kad jūsų tyrimai mums primena, kad 1863 ir 64 metų sukilime dalyvavo taip pat moterys, kurios taip pat sugalvojo, kuo ta laisvė joms yra svarbi, kokia laisvės idėja joms yra priimtina. Ir jūsų tyrimai rodo, kad netgi tos tragiškos patirtis, didelės dalies moterų, kurių artimieji nukentėjo sukilimo metu, pradėjo save po visų šitų išgyvenimų naujai suvokti ir naujai apibriežti savo tapatybę, kažkuria prasme ir išlaisvėjusią.
Taip, tikrai netikėtas klausimas. Sukilimas to ir yra įdomus, kad jis išjudina skirtingas visuomenės grupės ir netgi labai keista, bet reikėtų kalbėti sukilimo metais netgi apie moteris. Aišku, manau, kad daugeliui, kalbant apie sukilimą, yra prisimenama Emilija Pliaterytė, bet tai yra meteoras, tai yra mįslė, nepažįstama, nesuprasta. Kalbant apie 1923 metų sukilimą, kas mane labiausiai nustebina, kad šis sukilimas išjudina ir moteris. Ir moteris sukilimo metais pirmą kartą išeina į gatves. Jos išreiškia savo politinės ir pilietinės nuostatas, pasinaudodamos tomis priemonėmis, kurios turi jos tuo metu. Tai yra nešiodamos viešai patriotinę simboliką, galima sakyti, jos tiesiog nešioja propagandą. Kodėl tai yra svarbu, nes tai rodo tam tikrą, apie ką mes dažnai net ir negalvojam, politinę savivoką moterų, tam tikrą pilietinę, peržengimą pilietinės sluoksnio. Pilietinės sampratos. Kas dar yra įdomu, kad sukilimas keičia moteris ir iš sukilimo moteris išneša kitokią laisvės sampratą. Pirmą kartą moteris išeina iš namų erdvės, bando keisti savo socialinius vaidmenis ir čia mes kalbam ne apie vieną moterį, ne apie dvi. Ne apie Emilijos Pliaterytės pavyzdį, tai yra masinis reiškinys ir kai mes dirbam ir rengiam knygą apie sukilėlius, kurie buvo rasti Gedimino kalne, visada šalia buvo moteris, nes jos buvo traktuojamos taip pat kaip ir politinės nusikaltėlės, taip pat kaip ir vyrai. Moterims sukilimas yra savo asmens laisvėjimo, individualumo, išėjimo, kalbėjimo apie tai, kad moteris irgi gali kalbėti ir mąstyti politinėmis kategorijomis. Iš sukilimo moteris grįžta kitokios. Aš kalbu apie tremtį, apie perdavimą sukilimo atminties. Ir reikėtų visai netoli ieškoti pavyzdžių, prisimenant Feliciją Bortkevičienę, Gabrielę Mitkevičaitę-Bytę, Žemaitę. Tos moteris buvo paženklintos sukilimo atminties. Galbūt sukilimą jos vertino šiek tiek kitaip, nes tai jau yra kitas istorinis naratyvas, lietuviškasis, kai sukilimas buvo vertinamas labai ilgą laikotarpį kaip svetima istorinės atminties vieta. Bet moterims sukilimas yra laisvėjimo, individualios laisvės, keitimas savo socialinių pareigų ir netgi ir pati Bortkevičienė Felicija prisiminimuose, atsiminimuose kalba apie tai, kad moterų susiorganizavimo savanoriško iš savęs pačios ėjimo yra būtent ištokos iš 1964 metų sukilimo. Taigi, čia ir yra matytas sukilimo prasmės, kad tai yra daugiaplaninis reiškinys, kuris leidžia pamatyti skirtingus visuomenės sluoksnius, netgi tokias grupės, į kurias galbūt netkreiptume tem dėmesį ir nematytume, kad tai yra tiek svarbu.
Ačiū labai. Mes ką tik pradėjom šitos sesijos arba panelio darbą ir reikia galvoti apie jo pabaigą. Primenu, kad kitas panelis vadinsis Ar beprasmiai sukilimai turėjo prasmę. Ir mano toksai siūlymas apibendrinti tai, kas šiandien mūsų buvo čia aptarta, paminėta, yra susijęs su vienu siužetu. Jį labai gražiai aprašė savo Lietuvos istorijoje profesorius Tomas Venclova. Jis rašo, kad sukilimo pabaiga laikoma 1864 metų rugpjūčio 5 diena, kai Varšuvoje buvo pakartas Romualdas Traugutas. Ir istorijoje išliko žmonai pasakyti Trauguto žodžiai. Kai paklausė vyro, ar sukilimas turi prasmės, jis atsakė, prasmės nėra, yra būtinybė. Tai vis tik tai, galvojant, kad po mūsų kalbėsiantys kels labai sudėtingus klausimus, gal galim jiems šiek tiek padėti. Kokias prasmes jūsų nuomonė dabarčiai atveria 63 metų sukilimas, kurio dalyviai kovėsi už tai, kad mes gyventume geriau.
The uprising of 1863. What they did for us to live better.
Nauczka z powstania styczniowego i wcześniejszych główna, że
well, I think that we have received a lesson from the January uprising and other uprisings, and this lesson
z imperialistyczną Rosją. I to jest dla mnie jedna i jedyna najważniejsza nauczka, z której na szczęście potrafimy dzisiaj wyciągnąć wnioski i stworzymy, jednolity front razem z Ukrainą, Ukraińcami.
We have learned this lesson, and we are helping Ukraine, because Ukraine alone will not be able to win over Russia. And if all the neighbors help Ukraine, it is very important to receive the assistance from the United States of America. And Ukraine has this chance, as opposed to the rebels of the January uprising. So the Ukraine's victory may change the Russian Federation as such. It is hard to imagine these changes that Russia may undergo. It is hard to imagine the consequences, the repercussions of this terrible war. Referring to the first panel discussion, I would like to say that this uprising managed to unite people who lived in the two nation states. For example, Madame Postovoitova lived through the January uprising, and she had a special uniform that she wore. There were 6 or 8 Finnish people who also participated in the uprising, and there were up to 40 Finnish who fought in the uprising on the Russian side. We have to underscore the fact that the victims of the uprising
chyba nawet większe niż ziemie Królestwa Polskiego. Otóż ocenia się, że w wyniku powstania około 38 000 ludzi biorących w jakiejś formie udział w tym powstaniu wylądowało na Syberii. I to są dane, które mnie się potwierdziły na podstawie badań z parafii tutaj, w guberniach tak zwanych zachodnich, czyli objęły również prawobrzeże Ukrainy. Doszło, że około 38 tysięcy ludzi znikło w latach 1862-1871, czyli tak mniej więcej dekadę. W ciągu powstania w środku. W tym czasie w innych guberniach przybyło odpowiednio mniej więcej podobna liczba ludzi osób, ale po raz pierwszy przebadałem też parafię w północnej części Rosji, która w ogóle nie była badana, którą często w starej literaturze się nazywa Syberią też, chociaż to jest nie Syberia. I mi wyszło, że tam na tych parafiach Łoniecka, gubernia, tam Archangielska i tak dalej, to 24 tysiące ludzi. Czyli moich obliczeń na podstawie stanu parafii w latach drugiej połowy lat 60. do 81 roku, to 38 tysięcy głównie z guberni zachodnich na Syberię i 24 tysiące do północnej części europejskiej Rosji. Czyli razem ta liczba osób, które zostały stąd w wyniku represji przeniesione, to jest 62 tysiące. I to jest w moich tych badaniach publikowane i po angielsku, i po polsku. Nie wszyscy się do tego odwołują, no ale mnie się wydaje, że to są dobre dane, ale, bo to było pytanie o kobiety. I ja dlatego nie zatytułowałem tego tekstu tylko deportacje, tylko również przesiedlenia, dlatego że za tymi mężczyznami pojechały kobiety. I mamy takie znane przykłady, jak Tadeusz Korzon, historyk, który przecież się w ogóle tam, prawda, urodził gdzieś tam w głębi Rosji, Także takich rodzin jest litewskich, polskich, nie wiem, białoruskich jest pewnie więcej. W każdym razie, także skala tej emigracji już wtedy za mężami, ponieważ nie wszystkie te kobiety były w stanie sobie tutaj, nie wiem, w Wilnie czy w Warszawie poradzić. Musiał jechać za mężem, który był gdzieś tam, nie wiem, w Irkutsku czy gdzieś na wsi, tam na Syberii. Także to było prawdopodobnie co najmniej dwukrotnie większe niż tak 2000, o którym wspomniałem. To warto tu przypomnieć, bo to nie są dane, które tak funkcjonują.
Ačiū labai, aš matau, kad yra net keletas žmonių, kurie nori sureaguoti tai, kas buvo pasakyta. Tai pirmiausia, leiskim pasisakyti vienam iš konferencijos iniciatorių.
And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Paviljonis, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity
paklausti tokio keisto klausimo, kurį mes dažnai aptariam toj Liublino trejetuke. Neseniai vykome ir į Kijevą kartu, kaip minėjau, Vašingtoną ir vėl čia ruošiamės įvairiems žygiams. Žodžiu, tas Liublinas pradeda veikti naujose sąlygose. Bet vat, gerbiamas profesorius Leščikas Zaštov paminėjo tokį dalyką, kad čia Rusija stengiasi supriešinti tuos identitetus ir šitą dilemą tarp Lenkijos ir ne Lenkijos. Nes kai kalbu su kai kuriais Lenkijos politikais, jie bando patys prisipažinti, kad galbūt negebėjimas pripažinti tų kitokių identitetų, aš nekalbu apie lietuvišką, aš kalbu apie baltarusišką, apie ukrainietišką. Ir buvo mūsų tos imperijos tragedija, kuri atvedė į tai, kad rusai sugebėjo pasinaudoti tais skirtumais. Reiškia, buvo kažkas, kas užvedė kazokus ar čia dar kažką prieš tą imperiją. Tai vis dėlto ar sutarė istorikai dėl to, kad tai buvo klaida, nes kalbėti apie laisvę tam kontraste su Rusija yra gražu, bet laisvė yra ir viduje pripažinti tam tikrus identitetus, kurie tą, kaip Jonas Paulius pasakė, čia buvo viduramžių Europos Sąjunga. Tai ar mes toje viduramžių Europos Sąjungoje sugebėjom pripažinti tos identitetus? Tiesiog, ar galim sąžiningai viens kitam pripažinti, kad vis dėlto ne. Ir tuo pasinaudojo mūsų priešai, mūsų skaldydami. Ar aš neteisus darydamas tokį išvadą?
Może Aleś niech odpowie, żebym ja cały czas nie mówił.
Ну, я могу powiedzieć w stosunku do pozycji Kalinowskiego. To było bardzo nieprosto, bo kiedy zaczęło się powstanie kalinowskie, stoi na czele Litewskiego Komitetu Prowincjalnego. 1 lutego ogłasza istnienie tymczasowego rządu Litwy i Białorusi. To po raz pierwszy faktycznie Białoruś zabrzmiała tam jako jakiś podmiot polityczny faktycznie. To niedługo istniało, bo już w końcu miesiąca ten tymczasowy rząd nie istniał.
Which was a political subject, and it did not exist for a long time, just less than a month. And then other people came to power.
Potem jeszcze rządu, no i jeszcze po prostu już nie chodziło o jakiś taki poważny podmiot z tej Litwy, z Białorusi faktycznie. Ale potem Kalinowski wraca do tego wszystkiego. I Kalinowski wraca i Warszawa przyznaje go komisarem rządu narodowego.
And this formation between Lithuania and Belarus was no longer important. Lithuania and Warsaw changed their positions. The idea of the union had a difficult time to be developed, however it existed and had its future. Regarding the question asked by Rimas on the meaning of the uprising, the fight for freedom lost does have a meaning. Indeed, the uprising was lost. However, Józef Pilsudski used this idea in 1918. The People's Republic of Belarus also made use of it. And the myth of Kalinowski had only begun at that time, but it did exist. Referring to Belarus and to the events in Belarus in 2020, the so-called revolution of Belarus, which has been lost for the time being. However, it's not the end. Remembering Traubut's words about the necessity of the uprising, he also said that he believed that nobody would extinguish the Polish nation, and the same can be said about Belarus. Well, thank you very much. The discussion is really interesting and philosophical. I would like to speak about the meaning, about the main slogan of the uprising, for your freedom and ours. We understand it in a rather national way. However, it is all-encompassing slogan. Now, in the present context, having in mind Ukraine, everybody probably has different understanding of this slogan. The uprising of 1863 was supported by the noblemen, but the peasants, people living in the cities, the minorities of Jews and Tatars were also taking part in it. The beginning was made. And at that time, in Russia, slavery was abolished. While the leaders of the uprising had discussions between the whites and the reds, they had different understanding of identities. And this did not allow for the uprising to spread in a massive way.
Sukilimas 1863 metų iš esmės tapo paskutiniu tokiu bendru Lietuvos ir Lenkijos veiksmu. Po to identitetai, suvokimas, laisvės ir politiniai tikslai pradeda ženkliai skirtis ir praktiškai jau niekada nesusieja.
Aš dėkoju Lietuvos Respublikos ambasadoriui Lenkijoje, ponui Borisovui, ir dar mačiau, kad gerbiamo Taras Vozniak ranka kilo į viršų.
That Mr. Vishnak would like to take the floor.
Chciałem by troszeczkę podgrzeć dyskusję, czy co? Jak to zawsze z Ukrainy.
Well, I would like to put some fuel into
Kiedy
the
to my
fire
przeszliśmy taki punkt, który mógł nie doprowadzić do tych wojen kozackich. Ale nie chodzi o Chmielnickiego, to już skutki. To rezultaty. Pierwsza pomyłka czy przeoczenie to odbyło się na przełomie XV-XVI wieku, kiedy książę Konstantyn Iwanowicz Ostrowski czy Konstantyn Ostrowski już robił kroki do tego, czy propozycje, żeby Republikę obojga narodów transformować w Republikę co najmniej trzech, szeroko rozumianym ruskim narodem, znaczy białorusko-ukraińskim. I wtedy było przeoczenie. A potem już poszło jak poszło.
Could be transformed into the commonwealths of the three nations, including Belarus.
Antrosios diskusijos antrojo panelio moderatoriui.
Now I would like to give the floor over to the moderator of
Aš tik
the
tai
second
pasiūlyčiau
panel,
kolegom, kad sušiltume. Šitą salę turi tokį keistą būdą, kai tik saulė
I
pasislepia,
would
čia
like
tampa
to
šalta. Tai
suggest
gal jūs
you
pasimkit
to,
kavos, ten maisto yra, nes
take
kas
some
įvalgys,
tea
taip sakant.
or
Tai, ir tada
coffee,
šilčiau pradėkite tą
because it may
diskusiją.
be
Toks
quite
techninis
cold here in
pasiūlymas.
the hall.
Sveiki visi. Aš, kaip ir skelbė užrašas, esu Vytautas Bruveris, žurnalistas.
I am a journalist.
Tada čia, kaip supratau, buvo pono Pavilionio tarsi raginimas trumpą techninę pertraukėlę padaryti.
Well, as far as I understood, Mr. Pavilionio suggested having a short break.
Gal tiesiog taip, kas nori, mes tada negaištame laiko ir pradedame mūsų diskusiją, kurioje be manęs dalyvauja Piotras Skviečinski, Lenkijos užsienio reikalų ministerijos viešosios ir kultūrinės diplomatijos departamento direktoriaus
Public and Cultural Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland. We also have Professor Dr. Habilitus Alvydas Negžentaitis, Director of the Lithuanian Institute of History, and Taras Vozniak.
Lvivo nacionalinės Boriso Voznickio dailės galerijos vadovas, kultūrologas,
Ukrainian culture expert, translator, political scientist.
Tai šitos mūsų diskusijos tema skamba kaip ar beprasmiai sukilimai kabutėse turėjo prasmę. Faktiškai tas klausimas, man atrodo, jau kiek teko girdėti prieš tai buvusias diskusijas, jisai jau atsakytas. Trumpai jisai skamba taip, turėjo prasmę. Faktiškai aš nežinau, ar kokį nors sukilimą prieš prievartą, prieš nelaisvę, prieš diktatūrą, prieš imperiją apskritai galima laikyti beprasmių. Ar apskritai yra tokių? Pirmiausia, pirmoji prasmė visada yra dvasinė, bendražmogiška, moralė. Sukilti prieš priespaudą, sukilti už teisybę. Nežinia, kiek kartų stipresnį priešą ir pavergėją, yra visada prasmingas, tikrąją to žodžio prasme dalykas. Jisai netgi neišvengiamas. Šita žmogiška moralinė prasme yra. Bet kiek ir girdėjo ir prieš tai buvusiose diskusijose buvo vystoma ta mintis, kad kiekvienas sukilimas, kuris netgi pasmerkčiausias pralaimėti, jisai turi labai konkrečią istorinę prasmę, nes tai tampa sėkla, tam tikra sėkla pasėta, kuri duoda vėliau istorijai besirutuliuojant duoda savų vaisių, kurie po to pasėja dar kitas sėklas ir sustiprina tam tikrus istorinius procesus. Tai aš manau, kad būtent apie šituos dalykus suksis mūsų diskusijos ir mūsų kalbėtojų pasisakymai, toliau vystysime šitą pagrindinę šitos konferencijos temą ir mintį. Bet aš norėčiau gal paprašyti pirmiausia pašnekovų surezonuoti į aktualijas, į tai, kas vyksta šiuo metu, tai, kas vyksta Gruzijoje.
To react to the situation, to the current events, for example, what is going on in Georgia.
Mes matome irgi tokį, kaip čia pasakyti, judesį, matome, nežinia, kuo jisai išsivystys, kuo viskas baigsis, bet kokiu atveju suprantame, kad ateityje dar laukia ilgas, sunkus ir krūvinas kelias. Galbūt, kaip sako daugelis Gruzijos sąjungininkų rėmėjų vakaruose, dažnai sako, dėja, Gruziją mes praradome ilgam neapibrėžtam istoriniam laikotarpį, bet vis tiek matome
Some people may say that we have lost Georgia for the time being, but for example, having in mind
ką jūs skaitote mūsų problematinėme kontekste, ką jums sako tai, kas šiuo metu vyksta Gruzijoje?
How would you comment the current events in Georgia? Mr. Skwieciński, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję. Ja nie jestem specjalistą od Gruzji.
Thank you. I'm not a specialist on the Georgian issues, but what does it say to us?
Powiem tak, jest taki człowiek, którego nazwisko jest znane, myślę, większości tu obecnym, to znaczy niejaki Igor Strjełkow-Girkin. Nie muszę go chyba przedstawiać.
I don't have to introduce him, I guess.
Strjełkow-Girkin tuż przed rozpoczęciem pełnoskalowej inwazji Rosji na Ukrainę,
before the Russian invasion in Ukraine,
którą on przewidział w jednym ze swoich wystąpień, bo on przewidywał, że będzie szło źle Rosji na Ukrainie. On nie przewidział, jak bardzo źle, ale że nie będzie szło dobrze,
He forecasted that, and he said that one of the effects of that would be that
szybko nie pokonamy tej Ukrainy i będą
if we
jakieś walki i tak dalej,
very fast,
to wtedy, cytuję, wsiewa kruk obnaglejut.
All people around would be mean.
To, co się dzieje, moim zdaniem Strjełkow miał rację.
And we know that he was completely right.
I to, co się dzieje w tej chwili w Gruzji, to jest jednym z
events in Georgia, the developments in Georgia now is one of the manifestations of that process.
No, następuje proces, staram się używać bardzo ostrożnych słów, osłabiania Rosji i osłabiania wrażenia siły, jakie Rosja do tej pory wywierała i w jakimś zakresie jeszcze wywiera na swoich sąsiadach, tych bezpośrednich sąsiadach i tych nieco dalszych sąsiadach. Wydaje mi się, że to, co dzieje się w tym momencie w Gruzji, należy postrzegać również jako pewien element tego procesu, bo przecież polityka obecnych władz gruzińskich była motywowana również i w ten sposób, że nas nie stać na konflikt z Rosją, prawda? To miało swoje dalsze konsekwencje, nie tylko jeżeli chodzi o politykę zagraniczną, ale również jeżeli chodzi o politykę wewnętrzną Gruzji. Wydaje mi się, że w tej chwili ci ludzie, którzy wychodzą na ulicę Tbilisi, to wychodzą oczywiście przeciwko prawu, projektowi prawa, który został już, nawiasem mówiąc, już został w tym momencie odwołany, prawda? To już oni odnieśli w tym momencie zwycięstwo pewne. Prawa, które można uznać za niedemokratyczne, ale występują, należy sobie zadać pytanie, czy wyszliby z taką determinacją na tę ulicę i w takiej liczbie, gdyby Rosja zwyciężała na Ukrainie, albo gdyby nie rozpoczęła w ogóle tej wojny na Ukrainie. No to może tyle na razie.
Had won in Ukraine.
Ponas Wozniakai,
Mr. Wozniak,
pašnekame apie Ukrainą
let
ir
us speak
Baltarusiją.
about Ukraine and Belarus.
Kai vyko sukilimas Baltarusijoje,
When there was an uprising in Belarus,
daugelis tikėjosi
many people believed in something, believed in change.
Paaiškėjo greitai, kad
Then it turned out that this uprising was
daugelis tada sakė, kad
a failure.
ir Baltarusijos
And many
ateitis
people said that,
slypi
well,
Ukrainoje.
the fate of Belarus lies in Ukraine, and that the fate of Belarus will be defined in Ukraine and determined in Ukraine.
Viskas priklauso, bet kokie pokyčiai ir situacija Baltarusijoje priklauso tik nuo karo vienokios ar kitokios
The
Ukrainoje
changes and
eigos.
developments in Belarus is the course of war a determinant factor for the changes in Belarus? Well, this is a very difficult question, actually.
Mi się wydaje, że
I think
nie do końca.
that
I tworzenie
not
narodu
exactly.
politycznego białoruskiego to jest
The
nie tylko sprawą zewnętrznych wpływów, ale też
political
sprawą wewnętrzną.
the political movement of people was influenced from the inside and from the outside.
Czy ma sens takie bezsensowne
Now returning to the questions of meanings in meaningless uprisings.
odbyła się w XIX wieku. I tutaj mogę odpowiedzieć.
The uprisings
Przepraszam, że
of the
pomyliłem
19th
nazwiska, bo
century.
To inna sprawa. Znaczy, profesor Alvydas Nikžentaitis.
Well, Professor Alvydas Nikžentaitis said,
Zapytał, czy można zrozumieć
actually
dążenie
asked,
do wolności.
whether
Zrozumieć nie da się,
we
dlatego,
can
że to
understand
ale z drugiej strony,
the
znaczy w sensie racjonalnym,
pursuit of freedom. Well, it is
racjonalnie.
it
bo
is
co tam?
difficult
Tutaj
to
idą czołgi, a tutaj człowiek
rationalize
z tym,
this
z tym
freedom.
torbą, jak tam w Chinach na tym placu
It is difficult to rationalize it.
z jednej strony, a z drugiej strony człowiek nie jest
This is
maszyną, nie
absurd
jest
on the one
mechanizmem,
hand, but
ma
on
w
the
sobie
other
coś
hand, people are not
irracjonalnego. I właśnie to
machines. People
irracjonalne
have
to jest
something
dążenie do tej
irrational
wolności,
inside of them, and this irrationality is actually the struggle for
tak
freedom.
naprawdę się nie da. Z jednej
And you
strony, a z
cannot
drugiej
give
strony da się,
mathematical
bo dlatego, że
formulae to
wolność
explain this on the
daje
one hand,
szanse i
but
tak
on
dalej,
the other hand, this
spekulacje
can
na
be
ten
done
temat
because
możemy
this gives some chances
bez
and
końca,
opportunities to one can speculate on this
podawać.
topic.
Z drugiej strony ta fraza
On the other hand,
Trauguta,
this phrase pronounced by Traugott,
na pytanie jego żony, czy ma sens
and the answer
to
to
powstanie,
his
w ogóle powstanie,
wife,
sensu nie ma.
whether
Ale
the
jest
uprising had a
I
meaning,
dlatego wracając do Białorusi,
that there's no
trzeba chcieć
meaning, but there's a
niemożliwego.
necessity.
Dlaczego
So
Ukraina powstała? Bo
when we
niemożliwe.
speak about Belarus,
Dlaczego
we
Litwa
have
powstała?
to
Bo niemożliwa. A
wish
też i
for
Polska.
something that is impossible.
W tym sensie
Why
te
Ukraine managed to
polskie czy
withstand,
walka o
managed to
niepodległość
counteract,
Litwy
because there was no
na
other
początku
possibility.
XX wieku, Polski na początku XIX wieku, a też i Ukrainy
In the beginning of the 20th century, Lithuania's struggle for independence, Belarus's and Polish's struggle for independence was a necessity. Neither of the nations had a guarantee. We could not calculate anything at that time. But people
a też i partyzancka walka w czasie i po
the
wojnie
uprising of
II
Warsaw,
światowej.
partisan
Jaka była
wars
perspektywa
can
tych
also
partyzanów, tych braci leśnych
be the
na
explanations.
Litwie,
We had
w
no
Litwie,
perspectives
czy
on that.
w Ukrainie.
We had no perspectives for partisans, brothers of the forest at that time. There was no material perspective. They fought
i to, co nieuchwytne, nigdy nie
for
uchwytne.
the impossible.
A co my mamy nieuchwytnego? Znaczy teraźniejszość namacalna. Przeszłość też namacalna. Ona,
This cannot be explained or
zakonserwowana w tych naszych muzeach.
understood.
A przyszłość To jest to, za co walczyli
The
tak
past
naprawdę
has
w tymi
been
naszych...
conserved in our museums, and the future is something that
dlatego
our
ta
fathers
walka
and forefathers
Białorusi
fought for.
czy
And therefore,
Ukrainy
this
teraz
struggle
ma
in
sens,
Belarus
tak samo jak
or
i ta
struggle
walka.
in
Bo my
Ukraine
jasna sprawa,
has
z
the
panem
meaning,
profesorem musi zgodzić,
actually.
że z jednej, myśmy nie walczymy
Yes, I
sami.
have to agree with Professor. We're
Ale z
not
drugiej strony chcę
alone
powiedzieć
in our struggle.
dostojnemu panu
But on the
profesorowi,
other
że
hand,
od 14
I want
roku
to say
walczyliśmy sami.
that
Do 22.
since 2014
I też
we were on
walczyliśmy
our
tak jakby
own until
bezsensownie.
2022, and our
Dlatego
fight
ta
was
nieokreśloność
meaningless
w
as
każdej
well.
walce
Therefore,
odkrywa
this
ja
ambiguity
troszeczkę filozofuję,
in
troszeczkę
any
taka
fight,
spekulacja, ale ona też
well,
ma
I'm
sens
being
czasem w takich
philosophical,
dyskusjach, bo tylko rzeczowe dyskusje historyczne,
it has this philosophical rationality also has some meaning in similar discussions. If we give facts only,
gubi się sens.
we might lose certain minor elements and minor details that were being referred to by Traugott.
22 lutego, 24 lutego zeszłego
Were there
roku
any
coś
guarantees
dla Ukraińców? Nie. Absolutnie. Każdy już
for
większość
Ukraine
świata, 95%
until the 24th of February last year? No, Ukraine had no guarantees.
Ale jednak
Many people believed and hoped
jednak walczy za swoją przyszłość. Z drugiej strony, patrząc
that
na
Ukrainians would be devastated, but Ukraine fought for its and fights for its independence. Now, returning back to the January uprising.
Czy ono było determinowane? Było. Dlaczego? Bo wtedy odbyła się bardzo ważny proces, o jakim a propos też mówił w jakimś aspekcie
At that time, very important processes took place. Mr. Leszek Zawsztoft spoke about that. The Republic
odchodziła, umierała.
Made up of the nobility was the stage of the past. We had the petitioning, so we had the first uprising, then the second uprising. Because the Commonwealth of the two nations was the state of the nobility, only nobility. Peasants, Jews, and townspeople meant nothing. The same was in Hungary. 125,000 German Hungarian nobility that could not speak Hungarian. The same can be said about the Commonwealth of the Commonwealth of the two nations. In German romanticism, a modern nation evolved. National languages were spoken, the construction changed, the construct changed, the joint effort changed, the republic was not that of nobility, but that of any other people. And the thinking was transformed, as thinking transformed. I'm not speaking about the ethnic constructions. I had in mind the nation, the Polish nation that evolved in the 19th century. The Polish political, I mean not the ethnic, but the Polish political nation was born in the 19th century. I have in mind the modern political Polish nation. The nations evolved at a different pace.
Ukraiński, białoruski. Mało tego, my musimy patrzeć na to, że to nie jest
This was not the on-off event, the birth of one or another nation. It was a long process that takes time. And now when we speak about the war, this is one more act. One act or one stage of the evolution of the Ukrainian nation. and the events in Belarus in 2020 is only a small step in the same direction. The step that actually leads to the formation of the Belarusian political nation.
Bo naród polityczny francuski w 1945 roku. A teraz to całkiem inny tak naprawdę narody, które przeszły gigantyczne transformacje. 7-8 milionów Arabów Francuzów.
After great transformations,
ten polityczny projekt.
We see different formations of nations in other countries as well. I had some other things to say, but I will stop here. But in the end, you actually answered my question.
Profesoriau, tamstos matymas šitos temos, o konkrečiai aš norėčiau, kad jūs gal atsispirtumėt nuo vieno iš mūsų lietuviškų sukilimų, 41 metų Birželio sukilimų.
What about the uprising of 1945 in Lithuania? Can you take it as a reference point?
Bendruomenė. Ir kaip visuomenė nesame radę sutarimo.
We as a society do not agree on that fully.
Turėjo šitas sukilimas.
What meaning had this uprising? What is your opinion on that?
Norit suardyti visišką harmoniją.
You want to break the harmony.
Iš tikrųjų ir šitoje salėje padaryti sukilimą aš beveik džiaugiuosi, kad šitoje salėje
I'm glad that in this hall we don't have many Lithuanians, so I have the opportunity to leave this hall alive when I speak about the meaning of the uprisings in 1941. The uprising of 1941 is related to our topic and is related to our topic in the sense that it gives a partial answer to your question. What happens
nebūna to sukilimo, kada jis turėjo būti. Kada nebūna to pasipriešinimo, kada jis turėjo būti. Ir čia aš šiuo atveju
to the uprisings when they don't take place when they're needed.
Lietuvos istorijos datą.
I have in mind not a very nice date in the Lithuanian history, June 1940,
Lietuvos valstybė
when the Lithuanian state did not resist
prieš
and
sovietinę agresiją.
Gave in to the Soviet aggression.
Kalbant ne vien istoriko, kalbant požiūrių, bet kalbant ir tokiu bendresniu požiūriu, šitas nepasipriešinimo
this failure to resist in 1940
ko gero suformavo tokią galbūt didžiausią lietuvišką traumą.
Made a huge trauma, a huge Lithuanian trauma.
Kuris remsis tik tai tuo, ką kalba istorikai, bet šiuo atveju noriu
Well, I'm not being very historical now, but I want to share the memories of one of the Polish journalists
po 94 metų kalbėjosi su
who spoke
iš tikrųjų tuometiniu vienu Lietuvos vadovu, svarbiausiu galbūt vienu vadovu, Algirdu Brazausku.
Leader of the Lithuanian state, Algirdas Brazauskas, after 1994. Algirdas Brazauskas was not only the president of the independent Lithuania, but he was also the first secretary of the Communist Party. And this Polish journalist asked him what was the darkest page in the Lithuanian history. And he was hoping to get different answers. But Brazauskas' answer was the following, that the darkest page in the history of Lithuania was 1940 June, when Lithuanians failed to resist the Soviet occupation. And this actually was the answer of the former first secretary of the Lithuanian Communist Party. The person, we know his biography. This was the person who you would least expect to give a similar answer. The uprising of 1941 was valid, but a belated response to the Soviet aggression, when at the first possible chance, Lithuanians rose. And were very enthusiastic in fighting against the withdrawing Russian army, taking the advantage of the approaching German army. But actually this uprising also had to do with finding the culprits for not resisting in 1940. This struggle had very many anti-Semitic elements that, on the one hand, came from trying to console the German power, and also the opportunity to take a revenge for the lost opportunities. Lithuanian Jewish population was found as a scapegoat. This was the weakest chain that was considered to be responsible, and this is a traumatic event for the Lithuanian history. But you have a very correct question, because it says that if the society fails to resist on time, different distorted developments might evolve, which was the case in 1941. Without those, the uprising of 1941 could be seen as a heroic act. But this failure to resist, authoritarian heritage of Smetona, authoritarian regime of Smetona, that broke the initiative, that broke the initiative in the public. And we had an atmosphere in Lithuania that the withdrawal of Link of a dictator was seen as something positive, and Lithuanians did not resist the Soviet occupation. So every uprising had its own meaning and left very important traces that were very important on our paths towards the future. When we speak about using the past for the future, I could say that we have to think very carefully before starting to erect the monuments for Smetona,
mes dabar nelabai norim prisiminti arba apie kuriuos
in order
net
to
ir
prevent
šiandien
the
nežinom, kaip
events
reikėtų kalbėti,
that we don't want to remember from the past, because we do not know how to evaluate and see them in the history.
Nu, jis yra saugus, kai kada jis gali susprogt.
Sometimes certain events in from the past can explode and influence the future and the present. This complex past of Lithuania can be difficult to predict for. I hope I have answered your question. And I believe this is some kind of a mix-up and some kind of a misunderstanding. Sometimes we have to be brave to discuss the meaningfulness or meaninglessness of different appraising.
Ponas Vozniakas, mano požiūrį, pasakė, konstatavo labai svarbų esminį dalyką, kad istorija nesibaigia. Taip, ir istorija jinai vyksta bet kokiu atveju, bet kokiamis aplinkybėmis. Baltarusijos tauta toliau bandys formuotis kaip Baltarusijos tauta. Toliau per siaubingus išbandymus, bet savas istorinės transformacijas pereina Ukrainos tauta. Mes matome, kad Gruzija, Gruzijos visuomenė bando tęsti priešinimąsi imperijos paveldui. Kaip Jūs matot šitą procesą, perspektyvas kitose mūsų regiono valstybėse, kurios kai kada atrodo kartais yra vis dėlto galutinai prarastos, krito atgal į Rusijos orbitą?
Into the Russian orbit.
Ja jestem historykiem i w związku z tym wiem o tym dobrze, jak często historia robiła bardzo bolesne żarty z ludźmi, którym się wydawało na jakimś etapie, że dokładnie wiedzą, co się stanie. Że wiedzą, jakie idą procesy i jak te procesy się skończą. To bardzo często byli ludzie nie głupi, nawet bardzo inteligentni, a jednak bardzo często się mylili. Więc ja nie lubię stawiać takiej kropki, że na pewno tak się stanie. Ale powiedziawszy to, powiem tak, że istnieje w tej chwili moim zdaniem bardzo wielka szansa na rozwój, tego wszystkiego. Rosja to widzi i Rosja usiłuje temu zapobiec.
Russia sees that,
w Rosji
and Russia
bardzo otwarcie mówi się o tym, że celem tej wojny, która jest prowadzona, to jest niedopuszczenie do zakończenia się procesu etnogenezy narodu ukraińskiego i cofnięcie tego procesu. Cofnięcie tego procesu drogą czegoś, co drogą rusyfikacji, którą tam nazywa się rerusyfikacją. W tym rosyjskim dyskursie są takie dwa przykłady. Jeden jest z polityki międzynarodowej, z historii międzynarodowej. Jeden jest z punktu widzenia rosyjskiego przykładem odstraszającym i negatywnym, drugi to jest przykład zachęcający i pozytywny. Ten z punktu widzenia Rosji przywoływany często przykład odstraszający i negatywny, to jest przykład Indii i Pakistanu. Indie, które dopuściły do powstania Pakistanu. Dopuściły do powstania Pakistanu i dopuściły do tego, że ten Pakistan powstał jako zbudowany na tożsamości antyindyjskiej, jako, tak jak oni nazywają Ukrainę antyrosją, Pakistan powstał jako antyindie. I nie powinny tego zrobić. I to się na nich mści. No, jak rozumiem, straciły przez to szansę na prawdziwą mocarstwowość, imperialność. I drugi przykład, który z punktu widzenia Rosjan jest przykładem właśnie pozytywnym i zachęcającym, to jest amerykańska wojna secesyjna.
Russia is a
to,
positive
że
example.
Stany Zjednoczone, że północ pod wodzą Lincolna ani na moment nie uznała prawomocności odłączenia się południa, powstania Konfederacji Południa, rozpoczęła bezlitosną wojnę. Ta wojna doprowadziła do tego, do czego doprowadziła, to znaczy do zwycięstwa północy i cofnięcia, co tu jest ważne, cofnięcia się procesu etnogenezy odrębnego narodu południowego, który znowuż stał się elementem w ciągu jednego pokolenia, czy nawet krócej, elementem wielkiego narodu amerykańskiego. No tak Rosjanie widzą rzeczywistość. Ale wydaje mi się, że się przeliczą. Wydaje mi się, że się przeliczą, bo przede wszystkim dlatego, że rosyjskość, znaczy z wielu powodów się przeliczą, ale jedną z przyczyn jest to, że rosyjskość jest nieatrakcyjna dla wszystkich dookoła. Nie zawsze tak było. Nie zawsze tak było. Pamiętamy czasy, kiedy rosyjskość oznaczała w wielu krajach imperium najpierw rosyjskiego, później radzieckiego, była właśnie atrakcyjna. Ona niosła współczesność, niosła nowoczesność, niosła kulturę. Emancypowała nowe narody, które do tej pory nawet często nie zdawały sobie sprawy z tego, że są narodami. I tak dalej, i tak dalej. No tego już nie ma. Znaczy to w Abchazji i Osetii Południowej pozostało, a poza tym to tego nie ma już nikt. Znaczy, nikt już nie chce dzielić z Rosją jej wyboru cywilizacyjnego. Odwołując się do przykładu tego, który Rosjan zachęca, czyli Stanów Zjednoczonych wojny secesyjnej. Tak, to jak Rosjanie opisują tę rzeczywistość, to jest oczywiście w jakimś zakresie prawda. Ale oni nie zauważają jednej rzeczy. Mianowicie tego, że północ była atrakcyjna. Była strasznie atrakcyjna dla wszystkich. Że północ była krajem, potężnym krajem, który był nie tylko potężny i silny, i nie tylko chciał zatrzymać w swoim składzie zbuntowane południe, ale który sam siebie rozwijał się w niesłychanym tempie. Rozwijał się przemysłowo, gospodarczo, rozwijał się również kulturalnie. To był też ważny element ówczesnej sytuacji. Dlatego Ameryka po stłumieniu tego, co oni później nazwali południową rebelią, zdołała tak szybko z powrotem południe przyciągnąć do amerykańskiej tożsamości, do amerykańskiego patriotyzmu. Czy widzimy coś takiego teraz w Rosji? No nie widzimy. Nie jest Rosja żadnym, łagodnie mówiąc, nie jest żadnym czempionem rozwoju, jeżeli chodzi na światową czy europejską skalę i nie jest atrakcyjna. Znaczy nikt, to już się powtarzam trochę, nie chce dzielić jej wyboru cywilizacyjnego z nimi prawie nikt. I ja dlatego jestem optymistą. To znaczy moim zdaniem między innymi dlatego jestem optymistą. To znaczy uważam, że te rosyjskie usiłowania nie udadzą się, spalą na panewce.
Ačiū. Ponas Vozniakai, yra tokia nuomonė, matymas po karo, kuris dabar vyksta Ukrainoje, tame tarpe ir pačioje Ukrainoje, kiek tenka girdėti. Sakoma, kad tai yra kaina, istorinė skola ir kaina, kurią šalis Ukraina, kaip šalis ir kaip visuomenė moka už, kaip sakė profesorius Nikžentaitis, daugybę praleistų progų sukilti, pasipriešinti ir padaryti tam tikrus esminius egzistencinius apsisprendimus anksčiau. Kad šitas karas yra skola, istorinė bauda, kurią Ukraina moka už daugybę sugaišto laiko ir praleistų progų pasipriešinti. Kaip jūs tai matot šitą? Sutinkat su tuo?
No chyba tak. Ale nie kara za to, że nie upieramy się, a kara za to, że no nie kara czy nie kara, nie wiadomo, ale w każdym bądź razie kara z boku dziejów historycznych, historii. Na to, że czy elita, czy naród ukraiński swego czasu, ale to na różnych stadium, a też w 1990 roku nie była dojrzała do tego, żeby mieć pomysł na państwo, ale w takim poważnym sensie tego słowa. Nie prosto tak, jak to było powiedziane, że niepodległość tam i od razu gruszki z nieba tam i tak dalej. To jest jedna sprawa. To jest pewnego rodzaju taka niemoc umysłowo-polityczna, czy myślenia politycznego na Ukrainie, czy tego wyobrażalnego, o jakim mówił też wielki mizantropa i pesymista Artur Schopenhauer. Siła jest, a wyobrażenia nie ma. Siły w Ukrainie no, brzydko mówiąc do cholery. A czasem mądrego postępowania i korzystania z tej całej wojny, z tej całej rebelii, czy coś innego, czasem brakuje. I to nie tylko jest jakby sytuacja 90 roku, czy tam 90 lat, czy czasu, kiedy była taka sama hańba jak na Białorusi z wyborem Janukowicza, a też Łukaszenki, bo to hańba tak naprawdę narodu ukraińskiego. Ale też było, wracając do tych dziejów, jeden z twórców narodu ukraińskiego, urodziny jakiego obchodzimy teraz, Taras Szewczenko, Rosjanie nas powitali, znaczy masywnym takim rakietowym ostrzałem. Kiedyś tam powiedział, znaczy w swoich tych wierszach, no, spróbuję przetłumaczyć w języku takiej dyletanckiej poezji na język polski. Czym się szczycicie? Tym, że Polskę, mając na uwadze Rzeczpospolitą, zawalili. Mała Polska i was zawaliła, i nas zawaliła. I te wojny kozackie w końcu skończyły się czym się skończyły, dlatego, że nie było myślenia, czy widzenia, czy wizji perspektywicznej. I w tym sensie rzeczywiście, że naród ukraiński płaci teraz tą wojną za swoją niemoc czy jakąś klęskę w tym wyobrażaniu wspólnej przyszłości. Bo tak naprawdę ta przyszłość, czy państwo, to jest codzienny plebiscyt, czy chcemy być jak w rodzinie, czy chcemy być jutro razem, czy nie. Czasem naród ukraiński na to pytanie nie odpowiedzi jasnej, zrozumiałej nie dała. I za to jasna sprawa teraz płaci. Dlatego, że czy Litwa, czy Polska, czy elity polskie, czy litewskie już przyjęli tą decyzję. Tak. Unia, NATO, 5., 10. Jasna sprawa, że teraz się ten porządek, Unia, NATO, ten taki dżentelmeński nabór w jakimś sensie wyczerpał. I musimy się zastanowić na następnej konferencjach, co robić z tym światem. Bo Unii i NATO już chyba nie wystarczy do końca, żeby odpowiedzieć na te wyzwania, jakie są przed nami. Ale w 90 roku naród ukraiński tej determinacji nie miał. I odpowiedź na to pytanie, a czego chcecie? A my chcemy, nie wiadomo, gruszek z nieba. No to otrzymali.
Ukraine was not prepared to answer.
Profesoriau, laikas ir istorija yra negailestingi. Mes jau šiek tiek viršėm numatytą grafiką. Jum pareiga ir garbė sumuoti vis dėlto šitą ir apskritai gal pirmasis šitas konferencijos dalis. apie bet kokio sukilimo istorinę prasmę. Tai sutinkat su mano tokia galbūt kategoriška mintim pradžioje pasakyta, kad beprasmio sukilimo
Anksčiau laiko, nes dar mums su Žygimantu Pavilioniu reikės konferencijos metu dar viskas.
Me and Mr. Pavilionis will have to summarize the conference at the very end of
Šitą
it.
mūsų pasikalbėjimą, pasikalbėjimo esmę suvesčiau ne vien į tuos žodžius,
I would like to summarize this panel discussion in the following way. Not each resistance has a meaning.
Dar praplėst, kad praleista proga pasipriešinti.
I would like to say that the lost opportunity to resist, to make an existential choice, has a high cost in terms of casualties, and societies have to pay high price for that. In 1940, I would like to come back to the same idea. Lithuanians probably had no chances to win the rebellion, the resistance. They had no chances for the resistance to be successful, but after that they paid a huge price during the guerrilla war. And this blood that was unshed in 1940 was, it is cruel to say that, but it was compensated in the guerrilla war after the World War II. This failure to uprise in 1940 was clearly understood in 1990. In a few days, we will mark the re-establishment of the state of Lithuania, and for me it is really a great pleasure to see Mr. Wozniak at our meeting, who has contributed to these ideas. We can say a very simple thing. The uprisings have to be organized, and as soon as possible, for not losing the time and for not paying a high price later on. Indeed, you have summed up it well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. It is a great pleasure to announce a coffee break.
Taip, ir mes susitinkam už pusvalandžio ir tiesiog tiems, kas gali netyčia ir išeit, primenu, kad Lenkijos ambasada mus kviečia pas save 17:30, jeigu neklystu, ir visų patogumui mes susakėm 16 vietų autobusiuką, kuris 5 valandą nuo 3 rūmų, kur jūs įėjot, pajudės į Lenkijos ambasadą. Tai jeigu jūs galit, nes tokia graži ambasada ir taip gražiai mus visada priima, kad siūlau nepraleisti tos progos. Tai va, taip, susitiksim už 25 minučių.
So let's resume in 25 minutes.
A nie Unia Brzeska nie była? Gdyby nie było Unii Brzeskiej, to jednak? Nie. Nie było Unii Brzeskiej, to podsumując wojny kozarskie były bardziej wojnami domowymi Ukrainy. No jednak, konstrukcje polityczne Rzeczypospolitej to i Łukasza zareagowało, ale
techninių detalių. Ar mes kalbam
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to start new panel discussion. We will continue on Lithuanian language, and please use your headphones for translations. The last thing I'll say in English, it's introduce the topic of our discussion and the honorable speakers. So, when does meaningless resistance gain meaning? That's what we're gonna discuss now. And let me introduce the honorable speakers. It's Ambassador Žygimantas Pavilionis, Chairman of Committee of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Lithuania, Ambassador Artur Michalski, Ambassador of Republic of Poland to Belarus. Also, it's a great pleasure to welcome Ambassador Petro Bešta, Ambassador of Ukraine in the Republic of Lithuania. And we also waiting for some other honorable speakers to join us who are a bit late. Also, we have a lot of distinguished guests here who probably will say a few words on the issue. But first of all, let me start starting remarks by Žygimantas Pavilionis and other speakers, please.
Tai kaip sutarėm, kalbam savo kalbom visi. Aš gal tik tai tokį mažą įvadą apie dabartinės mūsų kovas, nes šis panelis apie tai, apie ką mes darome šiandien, remdamiesi mūsų istoriją. Aš manau, mane mielai papildys signataras Emanuelis Zingeris, kuris tas matė kovas iš dar ankstesnių laikų. Gal taip apibendrinčiau, nuo to laiko, kada aš pradėjau matyti tas kovas, ir va čia galbūt galės Emanuelis mane ir papildyti, nuo maždaug 94 metų, aš atsimenu, mes Užsienio reikalų ministerijoje susėdom ir apsisprendėm sąmoningai sukurti Lietuvos vadinamą pietinį užsienio politikos sparną. Anksčiau mes plevenom baltišku, šiaurietišku, bet supratom, kad istorija mums rodo, kad yra pietinis sparnas, tai yra Lenkija ir Rusija dar viską, ką tas sparną nuo mūsų atkirsti. Ir nuo to laiko prasidėjo strateginė partnerystė su Lenkija, kurią mano akimis jinai pasiekė pirmą savo apogėjų prezidento Adamkaus amžinatilsį Lecho Kačinskio laikais, kuomet pirmą kartą turbūt palyginus su mūsų senosios imperijos laikais mes pajautėme tikrą jėgą veikti kartu, kuomet prancūzų ir vokiečių lyderiai
when the French and German leaders saw us as nearly equal, when President Adamkus and Lech Kaczynski would come to those countries. For the first time, then we resisted the Russian Empire, and we did this in the West. Nobody didn't stand us. We had to veto their decisions and agreements. We contributed to the first revolutions. I cannot say that. The freedom movements in Ukraine and Georgia. And suddenly we had little support then, but now we are entering the stage when our experience of this golden age. Ambassador Meilūnas issued a book on that. This was the golden age of Adamkus and Kaczynski, and this experience was very important for us. And finally, we have been heard after the 24th of February last year. And today, this Lublin Triangle is working at its full effect. It's shaping the Western policy. It works at all the levels: presidential, parliamentary, governmental. We think and discuss together, and this very much reminds me of the times of Lech Kaczynski and Valdas Adamkus. And what is our goal? We are seeking several goals. One is a victory of Ukraine.
Pasireiškia visų pirma ginklais ir ginklais.
That manifests itself in weapons and weapons.
Tikrai kiekvieną dieną
we are working every day in
ne tik patys save,
promoting not only ourselves,
matydami nuostabes visuomeninės iniciatyvas, kurios pats Edmundas ir kiti sukelia, bet ir ragindami tuos galingus vakarus padaryti viską, ką jie gali. Čia dar yra problemų, nes ne visi vakaruose pasiruošę nugalėti.
Everybody in the West is ready to win. This reminds us at the times of the Soviet era when people were afraid to win over the Soviet Union and we would receive letters asking us to shut up.
Matėm ten dešimtis prancūzų, dešimtis vokiečių, dešimtis britų, nekalbant apie amerikiečius, ne tik mūsų įprastinių atstovų.
And other representatives at the celebration of the commemoration of the first anniversary. It is very difficult, but we are moving towards this direction to achieve the victory with the help of weapons and arms. The European Union has done a lot here. It took a historic decision on granting the candidate status to Ukraine, which was absolutely unbelievable to us that this could be possible. I think that we have to pay tribute to Andrius Kubilius and other compatriots that helped us. We had 500 members of parliaments united for Ukraine, including many think tanks that are working hard to push over in the European Union. The last formal step is ahead of us to convince the European Commission and the presidency of France and Spain to start the negotiations. In 1999 we started our growth course and we were being called the Baltic Tigers and we are continuing on that. We are having some problems with Hungarian commissioner, but I believe that we will overcome those difficulties. And the last step is Ukraine's membership of NATO. This is our major focus now. We go to various capitals with this aim. Finally, center-right side of the NATO is being convinced, and the success in the EPP group with the help of Andrius Kubilius. We're having some problems with the right side, the left powers, and now we're working with the major capitals such as Washington, Berlin, because London, Canada, and other countries are on our side. And I believe that the doors will finally open during the NATO summit and the next year. The Vilnius summit has to open the doors. If we manage that, the space of freedom from the Baltic to the Black Sea will be consolidated in the best families of Europe and the Euro-Atlantic space. Actually, Emanuelis wants to add to
niekas nesupyks, jeigu mes suteiksime žodį Emanueliui Zingeriui, o po to gerbiamam ambasadoriui Artur Michalskiui, taip pat laukiame Valerio Kovalevskio atvykstant pas mus. Tai, pone Zingeri, jūsų nuomonė, ką galima dar padaryti, kad bendra
what is your opinion? What else can be done to ensure that this common space from the Baltic to the Black and the Adriatic Sea integrated into the European Union and NATO? Well, thank you very much for your efforts in the public space. I want to remind many guests here that Vilnius raises amounts that surpass the size of Vilnius. So this, and it is not only Vilnius This is our support to Ukraine. Actually, I'm proud to be a Lithuanian, though I'm of a Jewish origin, and I'm very proud that many people donate money that is being brought to the front. And thank you very much for raising those funds. And I thank Žygimantas Pavilionis for his Kalinovsky forums. I also want to thank the Ambassador Michalski. You asked me to go to the Polish forum where we with Mr. Michalski, close to Przemyśl, where all the cannons bear the signs of the Lithuanian Grand Duchy of Lithuania in Samogitia. And all the portraits of our nobility. So this was the Grand Duchy that safeguarded our borders. And the mistake that we have been repeating on becoming the national factor by Ukraine, and now we actually make our apologies for Ukraine. Now, coming back to the main thing, the answer. We are waiting for the NATO summit in Vilnius in a few months. We just had the meeting of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Lithuanian Parliament when we discussed our possible further steps. So first, we have to excuse ourselves. We cannot be neutral during the summit. We are not. So we are expecting for the maximum results. In 2008, there was no discussion on the candidate status for Ukraine. In Bucharest, Žygis, you remember, there were for Kaczynski's and Adamko's proposal. Americans supported Ukrainian candidacy for NATO. So we repeated this in Bucharest. We were late 15 years.
Vėluojame su įsipareigojimais dėl branduolinio ginklo garantijų pasitraukimo iš Ukrainos, branduolinio ginklo patraukimo, kada buvo duotos garantijos iš visų valstybių, kad patraukus branduolinį ginklą.
As well as our apologies on the guarantees of the retreat of the nuclear weapon from Ukraine. I believe that all historical context that is being discussed here, if you allow me, I will say I am the author of returning the Constitution of the 3rd of May to the Lithuanian context. I was actually blamed for being a traitor of Lithuania for that. I think that my proposal is, I believe that other colleagues will support me to make the National Free Day on the 3rd of May. We see the opposition from the Social Democratic parties on that. In Poland, there's a free day on the 3rd of May. This is a calendar day. In Lithuania is a calendar day, the 3rd of May. I believe that we should make it a free day, a day off, and I believe that this will finally happen. We have to always remember that this is something that we have to celebrate. Thank you very much for your deep discussions. I feel a great enthusiasm in Poland, where we have different sculptures for Kalinowski, for Emilia Platter, and the streets named after our common historical events. And I hope that Ukraine will finally join our historical struggle. And I'm very happy that we have a new Lublin Union and now with the Ukraine as well. Now I would like to give the floor to Artur Michalski, Ambassador.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Thank you very much for the
Bardzo chcę
invitation.
podziękować naszym litewskim gospodarzom.
I would like to express my gratitude
Fantastyczna
to the
konferencja.
hosts, Lithuanians, for such a wonderful conference. Everything that has been said
Myślę, że wszyscy uczymy się
still before the coffee
w taki
break
nowy, twórczy,
provides us with new insights for new and creative ways to read
czujemy się dobrze
our commonwealth, our community, because we are in the community where we feel good. We do see the historical meaning of it all.
jesteśmy różni,
Just like in the computer systems, we see each other very well. We are different and we have been different, and this is acceptable. We can be different.
ale mamy poczucie,
We have been living in our independent states. However, we do feel
tutaj była na tej sali, sami nie
that we will not be able to defend ourselves all alone.
wielkiego zła, takiego
We will not be able to take care of ourselves separately,
które nas w zasadzie atakuje.
having in mind this huge empire that attacked Ukraine and that keeps attacking us all the time.
Źródło pewnej refleksji.
Allow me to express a few thoughts to what has already been said.
Mantos też powiedział, że
Mr. Pavilionis
NATO i Unia to być może
has said that NATO
i ja chcę powiedzieć,
and the European Union
jest to naszym wielkim dziejowym osiągnięciem cywilizacyjnym
somewhat
europejskiej, ale też chyba wszyscy na tej sali odczuwamy potrzebę wzmocnienia naszego regionu.
doesn't contribute enough, but it is a huge achievement for us to be in NATO and in the European Union. We do need this historical dimension to become different, to influence decisions. Otherwise, if we fail to express our opinion, if we fail to communicate with different capitals, if we start knocking on the doors separately, we will not achieve our goals. It's wonderful that we are part of this transatlantic world, as well as part of the Western world.
Żeby było takie poczucie takiej wspólnoty regionalnej, która jest koherentna, która jest harmonijna.
It is important for me that we understand this regional dimension, that we are part of the Euro-Atlantic family. It is important for us to perceive ourselves as free people who have a right to be proud
Proszę mnie dobrze zrozumieć.
of our heritage,
W sali też jesteśmy świadomi, że
to be proud of the old republic heritage.
jak gdyby oczywiste jak słońce. Ale jednocześnie
Our history is not ideal. This is evident, just like probably there's no country that has an ideal history. However, this feeling of unity and freedom despite our differences,
byliśmy różne wyznania. Mówimy o Rzeczpospolitej obojga narodów, ale
it is great. Indeed, we have been different and we still are different, and I have in mind the commonwealths of the two states. I keep saying that this was a republic of a multitude of nations, not only of the two nations.
Świat nie powinien być ustawiany tak do końca w ten sposób. Ale umiejętnie, że tak powiem, harmonijnie być
We should not compete among ourselves, but rather make a harmonious part of the European Union, just as the group that fights for the freedom next to the borders of Russia.
Wszyscy wiemy, że to, co się dzieje teraz z Ukrainą, jest ta brutalna.
Russia does have their empire-style thinking. And for us, it poses a huge challenge. We're doing our best to help Ukraine, to help it win this war. This is one thought that I wanted to underscore.
Warto się zastanowić i zastosować chyba takie podejście, że
when rediscovering our heritage,
nie rywalizować, a uzupełniać się, żeby być taką.
It is important not to compete, but to add all possible things to this harmony, so that we are like a symphonic orchestra that is playing different instruments, however, according to the same notes. A symphony of freedom, and I hope that the sound of this orchestra will be heard all over the transatlantic area. The problem is, with the transatlantic point of view, that in the 19th century and later on during the World War II and what has happened afterwards, the post-Sovieticus, the Russian Empire,
dalej na zachód, był uważany za gdyby za rzecz normalną, naturalną, za część tej naszej architektury tutaj na kontynencie.
A large part in the Western world considered this type of architecture as a normal phenomenon. However, we have our own history and we want to tell this history to everybody else, and we have just started doing this. Some of the people are rather surprised hearing us, because now we speak about deportations, about the fact that we have been striving for freedom and that our aims were always clamped down. Now we started changing this point of view of the Western world. It doesn't mean that there is the EU territory and then the territory that is reserved for the Russian world. Neither Ukraine, nor Poland, nor Lithuania are among these states. It is evident for us. However, it is not quite clear for the Western world, and we are part of the Western world. And we have to act as a regional group. And one more idea, since I do not want to dominate the conversation. I'd like to say that all our efforts, the Lublin's triangle, reminds us of Belarus. This feeling of community will not be complete without it. And some 10 years or later, we will be sorry about that we haven't assessed the aspirations of Belarusian people. The situation is really complicated in Belarus. But we know all about the persecution of people. I do not want to make comparisons because Ukraine is at war. It is being bombarded. It's a different thing. But despite the fact that we are focusing on the events in Ukraine, of course, it's evident. However, we will be sorry if we fail to notice the aspirations for freedom among Belarusian people. Belarus is not the same thing as Lukashenko. But I have in mind these wonderful people who went out into the streets in 2020. Well, one might say that this was meaningless. However, Belarusian people could not stand this type of treatment. They did not want to accept the fact that they were not treated as people, and it was evident during the COVID pandemics. Lukashenko said that there had been no COVID, and later on he demonstrated the lack of empathy and the lack of respect when speaking about the people who passed away. He said that this was a lie and that these people died from pneumonia rather than COVID. And this was not politics, this was an insult to his own people. And the people could not stand it. They did not accept such a behavior. Let us not give in to a kind of disappointment. The protests were taking place and they will take place. I would like to express my gratitude to Lithuania because from the very first day, Vilnius and Lithuania were the fundamental allies of Belarus, and this will go into the history, and to my mind this is a huge achievement. Now I might be speaking more like a Belarusian. However, all of these events, all of these things have really moved me because I was ambassador to Belarus, although I reside in Poland. We have to have in mind that this fight has not been lost yet. If we stay together, if we demonstrate solidarity, we will win this fight. I do not know when, however, we will win it. Let us not allow to be separated. Thank you, and now I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Petro Beshta of Ukraine to the Republic of Lithuania.
The concept of freedom was more of a historic nature. Freedom seemed a given far away from day-to-day reality. In 2008, in 2014, when Russia occupied parts of Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine and Crimea, Eastern Ukraine and Crimea, Europeans did not feel a threat to their own and their country's freedom. Only proximity of Russia's full-scale war to European capitals made them radically change their attitude to freedom. When the war broke out in the center of Europe, everyone understood that there are those who keep encroaching on the freedom of others, that freedom may not be there tomorrow. Everyone started to reevaluate freedom, perceiving it not only as an individual value, but also its own national value. Suffering of Ukrainians made Europeans understand the path to true freedom, but not for Baltic peoples and Poles who have always known that freedom needs to be protected at all times. Ukraine's fight for freedom woke up and mobilized the will of Europeans to become truly free from Russian gas and oil, the vicious propaganda, historical myths, but also from Russian culture that serves the interest of the Russian authoritarian state. Likewise, Ukrainians throughout their history were also inspired by freedom movements in Europe. Ukraine's most famous poet Taras Shevchenko, whose 209th birthday is right today, lived a couple of years in Vilnius, where he realized the essence of freedom and absurdity of the entire Tsarist system oppressing nations. The still resilience and courage of all Ukrainian defenders who defend Ukraine at the highest price today helped others to discover Ukraine as a country of freedom-loving nation. Although the history of Ukraine has always been the history of the struggle for freedom, this was mostly known to historians and immensely distorted by the Soviet and Russian propaganda. The Orange Revolution of 2004 and the Revolution of Dignity of 2014 were on the first pages of international media. But these revolutions were not clearly associated globally with fight for freedom in a broader context, maybe because it was perceived as an individual country issue. But since the last year, Ukrainian nation is widely associated with a great passion for freedom. The word Ukraine today is a synonym of the word freedom. As a result, well-known European, American universities and important analytical centers have already started teaching and exploring Ukraine's history and culture. To be free means to be ready to accept the whole truth and to avoid conformism. Until recently, many countries tried to turn a blind eye to Russia's threats, didn't take it seriously. The truth is that the imperial Russian ambitions has never changed. The Tsarist Russia was reborn in the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union in the Russian Federation. We all remember Moscow's economic blockade of Lithuania following the restoration of its independence in March 1990. We all remember the subsequent attempt to suppress Lithuanian will for freedom with blood on January 1991 in Vilnius. Russia has always been an enemy of democracies. The only truth for today's Russian neocolonialism is that there is Ukraine defeating Russia and a united coalition of freedom helping Ukraine. Today we all have a unique chance to put an end to Russian threats and their tireless efforts to instigate global instability. A new concept of freedom is also about lessons learned from our common history. Russians of all times expected the victim to be left alone without help, expect that others can be intimidated. This time they do it with nuclear weapons, that all crimes will remain unpunished. The January uprising failed for a number of reasons, but one reason is obvious. The insurgents needed international support, and this support was more in words than in deeds. Ukraine has made this world a different place by setting an example of heroic resistance, but also by making the democratic coalition united as never before, by helping the world understand that the war is being waged not only against Ukraine, that it is our common cause. To be free means to stay united at all times, to get rid of failing strategies of the past, to stop being neutral, to stop thinking that global threats can be fixed bilaterally or by enemies' appeasement, to stop being afraid of the defeat of Russian imperialism, because it means suffering of millions. A new concept of freedom includes the imperative to finally abandon the false belief that the world will remain as it is before the war, and there is a way to get back to the business as usual with the imperialistic Russia. The war against Ukraine is a decisive struggle for the future of Europe and new security architecture, which is not possible without Ukraine. Ukraine proves its ability to defend itself and others every day, to defeat the so-called Second World Army. Changing our approach to freedom means today to not repeat the mistakes and hesitation of the past. An open-door policy of NATO did not stand the test of time. Failing to invite Ukraine to NATO at the Bucharest summit did not stop Putin neither in 2014 nor in 2022. Ukraine's membership in NATO will be a natural recognition of facts on the ground, a win-win situation, an important guarantee of a global peace and security. De facto, we have already made our way to NATO. We have already proven compatibility with alliance standards. We count on appropriate decisions within the framework of the NATO summit in Vilnius, and we will continue doing everything to become a full-fledged part of European and transatlantic space after the war. A new concept of freedom in the 21st century is also about leadership and decisive actions corresponding to global security imperatives and priorities. All kinds of support for Ukraine, fundraising campaigns, special tribunal, tough sanctions on Russia, is a proof of rejection of past dogmas, is a path to true freedom. Implementation of these moves requires and still requires changing of the mindset and previous approaches, crossing taboos and red lines. Ukraine's strategic partnership with the Baltic states, Poland, is a model of relations and partnerships on which the new Europe should be built. A crucial shift has taken place in understanding new freedom concept in 2022. We all understand that the fate of Europe and the entire democratic world is being decided now in Ukraine. The mechanism of effective support for Ukraine has already been launched. This process needs to be accelerated, never slowing down. Our common priority today is to help Ukraine defeat the enemy on the battlefield. We had significant victories. Now we need a great final victory this year. This means that Ukraine needs maximum support from its partners, even more decisive and fast. We need modern weapons to be delivered on time and in sufficient quantities. No war fatigue, no pseudo-peace on Russian terms. We count on the readiness of the international community to stand by Ukraine until the final victory and beyond. And after victory, we need to ensure a long-lasting peace by implementing altogether President Zelensky's 10 steps peace formula. Thank you.
Dėkoju gerbiamam ambasadoriui už
Thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador, for such an excellent speech. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Valery Kovalevsky, representative of the United Transitional Cabinet International. He's from Belarus. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure and honor to be part of this discussion, which deals with regional interest, and this means that with the role of Belarus in this. I will start with describing the context in which Belarus met this news of the war against Ukraine. Since 2020, Belarusians were engaged in a tough struggle against the dictatorship that has been brutal, that has been lawless, that has been ruthless, and did not stop at anything to stay in power. At the same time, we were very careful to avoid any talk of geopolitical choice for Belarusians. It was important for us to resolve the crisis internally, to make sure that the power in the country is back in the hands of people, and that's why it was a conscious choice of many politicians, civil society, and the broader masses of Belarusians. Let's not speak about pro-Russia or pro-Western choice. Let us not divide ourselves. Let us focus on the most important issue, that the power in the country must be returned to people. However, when February 24, 2022 started, it became absolutely obvious that this cannot continue like this, that this choice came to our houses, even though we wanted to avoid this as much as possible. It was impossible, and it continues to be impossible for us to imagine ourselves in relations with a country that is aggressive, that is hostile, not only to our freedom, to our democracy, to our sovereignty, but to national identity, to the very idea of statehood of Belarus and Ukraine. Unfortunately, Belarus became part of this story on the wrong side. Belarus is the co-aggressor now next to Russia. And this is something that we will have to deal with not only today, but when the war is over, when Ukraine wins, and when we have to build the peace. But I will speak a bit later about this. However, what was important since the beginning of the war is that essentially Belarusians abandoned the concept of neutrality, which has been prescribed in the founding documents in 1990 in the Declaration of State Sovereignty and Independence of Belarus. It was written that Belarus will pursue neutrality. What we see now, since the beginning of the war, that Lukashenko has taken a very clear pro-Russian stance, and he is doing everything that Russia wants him to do. Essentially, no request, no desire of Putin has been left unattended or unfulfilled by Lukashenko. At the same time, Belarusian people have made their choice very clear. It is about Ukraine. It is about supporting Ukraine at this time of peril, and we see numerous manifestations of this support. Yes, we don't have the resources that would be comparable to state potential, but we are speaking about street protests, we are speaking about political solidarity, we are speaking about sabotage operations on the railways in the early stage of the war. Recently, you might have heard about the news of a reconnaissance plane, a Russian reconnaissance plane, severely damaged by Belarusian partisans inside Belarus. Also, Belarusian volunteer fighters fighting in Ukraine. This is one of the biggest, probably, ethnic formations apart from Ukrainians. Donations, volunteers, rallies around the world. This is all happening on the continuing basis, and this manifests that Belarusians are on the side of Ukrainian people in this war. What happens to the concept of neutrality after the war? I think this is an open question, but we found ourselves in a situation when this concept is just not viable any longer, and we have to think about what would be the choices for Belarusians after that. This unfortunate situation has brought us to the question, like, what happens next? If there is no Russia, what should we do next? And the obvious answer to us now is that we will have to seriously revise the legal framework of relations with Russia. We will have to leave the military technical partnerships or alliances with Russia. We have to leave the Union State Treaty, which is essentially, the whole treaty is a roadmap of how Russia absorbs Belarus and kills its independence and sovereignty. We will have to reconsider the economic agreements with Russia to make sure that none of them will undermine the sovereignty, will subjugate Belarus to controls from the Moscow. But this void will have to be filled with something, and at this point of time, our vision is clear. We will have to make a European choice. We will have to build new relations with the European Union, with NATO, with all the structures that have created the fabric of relations within the European continent. But before even that, we will have to rebuild our relations with our neighbors, with Lithuania, with Latvia, with Poland, and most importantly with Ukraine, with which we are now essentially in the worst period of history, something that never happened to our nations before. We've never been in fighting before with Ukrainians. Already there are institutions, there are initiatives, mechanisms that bring these countries together. We are talking about the Lublin Triangle, which apparently has to become the Lublin Four, because without Belarus, this formation is incomplete. But there are other initiatives like Baltic, Black Sea, Commonwealth that could arise along the way. But no matter how you look at this, we understand that this space is meant to be together. It has to be in close relationship, and this is not just about political relations, but it's also about security system. It is about foreign affairs. It is about economic space, and these all dimensions will ensure eventually that this space is secure, that this space is vibrant, that this space is developing with due respect to the interests of all parties involved. What we're working on right now is that we are talking to our partners internationally about the need for building up international coalition that would bring together the efforts, the ideas, the resources of all those countries that have committed themselves to a Belarus that is independent, that is free, that is sovereign and democratic. For years, we have seen how much has been done to support democracy in Belarus. Yes, we are in a state when a dictatorship in Belarus is there for 29 years, but nevertheless, 2020 showed how much people aspire for democratic values, for democratic principles and way of life. But what we need to do now is to make sure that the policies on commitment to independent and sovereign Belarus are also upheld by practical steps, by something that would make these policies live and tangible. This is why we have this initiative of forming a coalition for independent democratic Belarus with three specific purposes to make the coordination of efforts complete, that it is ongoing, that it is continuous, to make sure that there's consistency in our efforts, that they are not interrupted, and finally to ensure that this solidarity, this goodwill with Belarusian people, it also has practical side, that it doesn't stop with declarations, but actually moves in the direction of supporting the efforts of Belarusians. And this is our fight, this is our duty, this is our responsibility to protect Belarus, to preserve its independence, but we definitely need support of our friends, of our partners, of the international community along the way. And of course, we realize that it is impossible to resolve just one problem in this region. It is impossible to help Ukraine win the war without resolving other issues in the region. Because if Belarus falls to Russia, this will always be a source of instability, of turmoil, of trouble, of threat to all its neighbors, not just Ukraine, but also to our friends in Poland, in the Baltic states. That's why we advocate for a regional approach to resolve this crisis, that it would involve Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, and Belarus. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Dėkoju gerbiamiem kalbėtojam Valerijui Kovalevskijui. Iš tikrųjų, jeigu mes kalbam apie tai, dėl ko visi čia kalbėję sutarė, tai yra akivaizdu. Visi siekia
we all agree on the same thing. We all want to have a free, democratic, independent region from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This is a Hegelian concept, a geographical concept. But I think that we have to face the reality, and this reality is very bad. 1/5 of the Ukrainian territory is occupied. Those who follow the international processes more deeply can see
mainais į teritorinės nuolaidas koncepciją.
The concept of giving security guarantees to Ukraine in exchange for the territorial
ypač į vakarus nuo Varšuvos.
For the territorial losses, and this has becoming very popular, and that this is one of the topics that will be prepared for the NATO summit in Vilnius. Ukraine has little time left until the attempts to implement such concepts. Ukraine has little time for counterattack for that in terms of reaching the Azov Sea. On the other hand, we see an obvious threat that this threat, security guarantees in exchange for territories, can be attempted to be realized, not necessarily in Munich, but here in Vilnius. Similarly to that, what happened 50 years ago. So my question is, how can we destroy such concepts? Mr. Pavilionis, what is your opinion on that? And the same question goes to the same panelists. How such concepts should be destroyed and deconstructed? Because the worst case scenario in Vilnius summit is something that I've mentioned, security guarantees for Ukraine given exchange for the territories. Well, I agree, this is the worst case scenario. We are working to prevent that. Because we all understand that if that happens in Vilnius, so Vilnius will be next. Because if we make concessions to the Russian Empire that will try to seize a part of us, the second part or piece is here. We have to prevent this by all means. And here we have 2 NATO members that have the veto right, and we have to get ready for that battle. But I don't think that we will arrive at that. I really feel those the mood. We visited Kiev with representatives of 14 members of NATO, and they signed a style document that is very Lithuanian. Certainly, these are not all the NATO members, but the representatives of the main NATO members. Just let us recall the situation a year ago. Many partners were in disbelief that Kiev would resist and fight back. Nobody believed that Kiev would be able to counterattack and to free 50% of the territories. And then there were talks that maybe Crimea should be left for Russia. And now we hear talks about regaining Crimea and doing that on time and how to put all the efforts into that. I believe that we're still working with Plan A. We cannot allow for the Plan B, and we are doing our utmost to ensure that. I have come back from my 4th capital. I will continue my visits. Well, plenary session in the parliament is starting. I will have to work here as well, but the last thing is, on the optimistic note, I've never felt so united as I do feel today. Compared to all the dramas of the past, I feel the pre-Bucharest, or maybe in 2004 and 2005, when we just entered NATO, we had so many romantic feelings. And today I have in mind Washington, the South and the North, the East and the West. We are strategically united. The majorities are on the bad side. Only several countries are trying to hinder us, but I hope that we will be able to overcome those hindrances, and we are working for that, actually. In a week's time, we are going to visit Washington together with Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, and we will organize the 5th Kalinovsky conference that will be held in the Capitolium, and this is a small achievement. Well, certainly this can be seen in this light. I am less optimistic on that. Yes, Kiev is still able to disappoint those who are afraid of the victory of Ukraine. We want the victory of Kiev, certainly. Mr. Zingeris. When speaking about opinions west from Warsaw, do you see them? Do you see the risk? Obviously that you do see the risk. And those concepts to stop the war and make concessions in exchange for security guarantees, which is a huge candy or a chocolate bar, actually. And there's a risk. How do you see those possible counteractions for such attempts? In 33 years, we have to stop being romantic. We have to face the reality. Well, you've showed the gloomiest version of the Munich 1938 by provoking the right and not the false answers, not the adorned answers. The right answer lies in that we do not know what to do with Moscow. This is actually our problem. By partially helping Ukraine, by giving the Leopard tanks, 13 tanks, Leopard tanks. Well, this does not mean anything compared to the equipment from Russia, the MiG planes and others. Russians lost 100,000 of lives, and Ukrainians lost so many lives for us, for our freedom, and for our independence. So my answer is that we do not know what the West thinks about. If, for example, the Ukrainian victory leads to the fall of Moscow, and the West does not know what to do with the fall of Moscow, Russia, and Russians. If, for example, if the Ukrainian state moves closer to the Russian borders, and this is being afraid of Ukraine's victory, and this is the ideas of those that are pro-Schroeder and his lookalikes.
Birželio 17 dienai, tai yra NATO summitui.
For the NATO summit, actually, only a small majority is ready to make this concessions. This is a small number, a very small minority, but we do have it. And those countries will veto any Munich agreement. But the undecidedness on Moscow when compared to, for example, decisions on Berlin after the Second World War. There is no decision on Moscow, on the fascist ideology in Russia. We are in the beginning of the war. I think that everything is in the concept in the Western heads on how Moscow should look like, and therefore my private opinion is that this is the reason for this partial assistance and support for Ukraine.
Rusijos, Baltarusijos okupacijos formali diena, jūsų gerbiamos vyriausybės ir ponios Tikhanovskajos akimis, kokia diena turi būti paskelbta kaip valstybinė, oficiali Baltarusijos valstybės.
What should be the day of occupation of Belarus? I think that we may answer this question at the end of our discussion. Let us remain on our main topic. Emanuelis Zingeris touched upon the reasons of this thinking. If, for example, the fall of the Soviet Union seemed to be so horrible, now the fall of Russia seems to be much more horrible than that of the Soviet Union. And people are afraid of people running around with nuclear buttons. But returning to the possible plan that can be attempted to be implemented in the Vilnius summit. Mr. Beshta, what do you think on that?
Well, first of all, this is not our strategy. It's not absolutely acceptable to Ukrainians to think in terms of compromise territories in exchange for security guarantees or whatsoever. Because we are ready and are willing to win in this war. Ukrainians are ready to win, and we have made a number of major victories and we are absolutely sure that if there was enough decisiveness on the part of our partners, we could finish this war very fast. And that means that to finish this war this year, everything depends on weapons. And it's absolutely true. Look, it took our discussions, 1 year of discussions, to achieve some decision about Leopard tanks, and we will have hopefully some 40 tanks by the end of March. Is it a decisive action for a huge transatlantic community to provide Ukraine in a year of those kind of war? Not only asymmetric war in times, sometimes 1 to 10 ratios, Ukraine to Russia, but also barbaric war against Ukraine's civilian population, about attacking Ukrainian infrastructure, and look at this bombing this night. It was all, in fact, dedicated to non-military objects. They were using kinjals, even 6 of them, those for Russia very sophisticated and very expensive and very scarce missiles. They used 6 of them to attack some civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure. What that means? That means that in terms of military context, everything depends on allies. If Ukraine could get enough of tanks, enough of heavy armored equipment and missiles, that would be over very soon. And this is our plan. We are planning to start counteroffensive as soon as we will be ready and to win this war. Then, second point, we want to win this war, like I said, because we think what will happen after this victory. And we don't want another Minsk agreement accord on which this type of scenario is hinting, because it leads to another big war very soon. So this is about those fears and misconceptions of the past, the failed strategies of the past, the myths by the Western partners which failed, and millions of Ukrainians are suffering now because of those mistakes and hesitations. So it's about, if we still go deeper, it's about those fears, and majority of those fears are also unfounded. These are the fears that correspond to Russian narratives. They are pursuing those narratives endlessly, and some still believe those narratives, like, for example, victory of Ukraine means defeat of Russia. I mean, this is the crazy narrative by Putin, which he tries to instrumentalize even now, that any kind of victory of Ukraine means unraveling of Russia, uncontrolled nuclear weapons, that would mean absolutely immediately that Putin will use nuclear weapons and start nuclear war. Ukraine can win and take out all Russians out of our borders, and that's it. Does that mean the unraveling of Russia? No. Does that mean that Russian regime will fall immediately? No. We want to get them out of Ukraine, and we need weapons for that. And we want to have a clear strategy of what will happen next 5 years, next 10 years, and we are on the same page with Lithuanians, Poles, and Eastern Europe partners, but we think that that is only possible if all transatlantic community is on the same page, with no myths, with no fears, with no hesitations, but with a decisiveness and with solidarity and a big common strategy of what will happen after the war and how we will contain Russian authoritarianism as long as it will be needed. Because we, of course, will all hope that Russia should be democratized, transformed, but we need to think about the worst-case scenario for how long we will live and how we will contain that monster. Thank you.
Dėkuoju gerbiamam ambasadoriui.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Yes, there is a great temptation to live in information spaces that we do like, but we have to try to see all the possible threats. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kovalevsky. How do you see those threats that we've discussed?
Thank you. When we speak about winning the war, I think nobody here doubts that Ukraine will win, and it will win decisively. But it doesn't stop there. We will have to think how to build sustainable peace. And again, this requires regional effort, international community involvement, and this is rather clear that everybody wants to support Ukraine, everybody wants to have a good deal, no matter what is the prospect for Russia. But something that has been amiss until today is not part of the conversation. What's about Belarus? Who will represent Belarus at the peace talks? Will it at all be at the table? Who is now representing Belarus' national interest on the international arena? Is it Lukashenko, who has become the conduit of all wishes and desires and dreams of Putin, or is it democratic forces of Belarus? Yes, who do not have the ability to be present in Belarus at the moment, but nevertheless who have the legitimacy, the international legitimacy, the support of Belarusian people, and the vision for the future of the region and for Belarus. That's why it's important to bring this issue to the table and start thinking about this now. Who will be representing Belarus? If Lukashenko is there, he will be speaking about the interests of Kremlin. And the deal that is formed with the participation of Lukashenko will be the one that will not provide for the sustainable peace in the region. There will be a return to the same practices. Just like Ambassador Beshta said, there shouldn't be no Minsk 2, 3 or other agreements like this. That is just a delay for a bigger and more cruel war. And in this regard, I think it is also important for us to have support from the Lithuanian government in inviting Svetlana Tikhanovskaya to the NATO summit in July 2023, that she is part of the conversation, that the Belarusian voice is heard, that there is that the policy of empty chair, which has become somewhat popular in the European Union, that Belarus is represented by zero, that it is abandoned and it is converted into something real, material and tangible, that Belarusian voice is heard and Belarusian interests are known to the international community and are taken into the account. Thank you. Date of occupation? You mean when it happened?
Yeah, what you decided to declare the date? It was some question in the international community. When is the real date of the military occupation?
Well, I would say what is the starting military occupation date of Belarus historically now, looking to the end of the maneuvers and end of the maneuvers declared and continues to be Russian forces inside of Belarus. What is the date of occupation from your point?
I see. Well, I would say that the beginning of the occupation, internal occupation, was August 2020, and this is when people were put aside and said, like, no, you are not masters here any longer, and kind of you do not have the agency. Lukashenko decides for all, and since then. Lukashenko has been fighting to stand on his feet, to regain power. And there's something also important about that period between August 2020 and before the beginning of the invasion, is that Russia's interference in internal affairs of Belarus became unnoticed. Essentially, nobody questioned that, nobody spoke about this. And this is what led us to the crisis, to the Ryanair hijacking, major international crisis, then migration crisis on the EU border. That was all being done with the support of Russians. And when these snap drills started in Belarus in January 2022, that was probably the beginning of a serious and real occupation. Again, unfortunately, we cannot say that it conforms to all the standards, all the parameters of classic definition of occupation. Now we can speak about crawling occupation, hybrid occupation, but the reality, like no matter how you call this, something bad is going on the territory of Belarus, and Russians are having a free reign there. They come in, they live, and they use infrastructure. They use Belarus as the platform to attack Ukraine. And this is unacceptable not only to Belarusians and Ukrainians, but to the rest of the region as well.
Thank you. I want to bring back the discussion
perspektyvų, kurios gali būti nubrėžtos
to the perspectives that can or cannot be drawn during the Vilnius NATO summit.
Gali būti, kad apie jokią NATO narystę Ukrainai išvis
It may be so that Ukraine's NATO membership will not be discussed at all. It may be that some vague and polite talks will be on the table. Mr. Ambassador Michalski, how do you see the possibilities here at the NATO summit in Vilnius to have at least clear formulations on Ukraine's prospective membership of NATO?
No ja myślę, że my musimy się po prostu bardzo dobrze skoordynować i bardzo dobrze przygotować do tego
szczegółu. Have to have a very good coordination of our actions. In order to, we have to prepare well for the Vilnius summit, because it will have a declaration on the heritage of freedom, and we are
ja sobie zdaję z tego sprawę i to pytanie jest bardzo zasadne, bardzo ważne.
I do understand that this is a very important matter.
Będzie, żeby jakoś sprawę załatwić. I teraz wydaje mi się, że
an opportunity
to językiem,
address this matter somehow.
W rozmowie,
we have to think about our language that we will use in the conversations. It has been very nicely said to the west of Warsaw.
Być może nie powinien być to język, znaczy powinien być to język pryncypialny, stanowczy, ale nie antagonizujący.
This is probably my opinion.
To być język, który przemawia do wyobraźni naszych partnerów.
We have to speak firmly, however, avoiding any antagonism.
Który rozpoczął tę wojnę, nie będzie
ukarany. We would have to speak in such a way that
po prostu to jest katastrofalna przyszłość nas oczekuje.
Touch upon the vision.
Ponieść konsekwencje.
Because if Putin is not punished for what he has done, a catastrophic future awaits us. Putin has to carry responsibility for what he has done. This is the first thing. Let us remember that following the World War II,
i nie było pokoju w naszej części Europy, w naszym regionie, ponieważ Stalin nie poniósł konsekwencji.
A peace in Europe was possible because Hitler was punished, while Stalin was not punished in our region, and that's why we were not able to achieve peace.
Musimy za wszelką cenę uniknąć dawania jakichkolwiek nagród pocieszenia. Putin nie zasługuje na nagrodę pocieszenia. Ale musimy
well, this was kind of a sad gift, and we cannot giving out this type of sad gifts. We have to find an affirmative way of speaking. Very important things are on our minds.
Więc trzeba
The speech has to be directed towards Russians because Russians exist and they will continue to exist. And we should speak in such a way that we do not exclude Russians. Russians will have their role to play in the future. However, they are the type of nation that poses threat to us. Well, we shouldn't speak as emotionally as I do now. I hope wiser people will speak. However, we have to send a signal to a number of countries. Besides that, we will have to come back to the history. Yes, the Soviet Union fell apart, and now we have free Lithuania, free Estonia, Latvia, Poland. When we became part of the European Union or NATO, well, nothing bad happened. However, Putin is trying to rescue his empire. And it has already been said that Russia is no longer attractive or interesting to anyone. Russia is always using the brutal force because it can nothing else to offer. We have to speak all together. And I have in mind all the people towards the west from Warsaw. Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Ukrainians should join Free Belarus. All of us, we all have to speak together. This is not the so-called phobia of Poland. Sometimes people say that it is hard to come to an agreement with Poles because that's how they are. Well, I cannot say that each Russian is my enemy. However, Russia as such poses a threat to all of us. Therefore, we as a group have to develop a concept and to pass over this concept to the West.
Nie musimy być traktowani też podmiotowo. No, my mamy prawo do tego, żeby mieć własną opinię.
We have a right to have our own opinion. However, as a group, this is important. It all has to be coordinated. We have to keep visiting different capitals and we have to go there together, engage in conversations. And this is how we will manage to achieve this goal. I do believe in that. Otherwise, it would be a huge mistake to send a different type of signal from Vilnius. Regarding Belarus, just take a look at the map. It is next to the European Union. And the question is whether we want to have the so-called Russian peace in Brest, then how we are going to go from Lviv to Vilnius? Well, the way we are traveling now, however, we prefer the shorter route. It is in our interests to
Taip, mūsų diskusijos laikas artėja link pabaigos apie Maskvos pralaimėjimo baimę.
Regarding the fear of Russia losing the war, we have already talked about this, and we compared it to the fear of the disintegrating Soviet Union. Indeed, these countries have to be different subjects of law. Mr. Wozniak, the floor is yours.
Jak rozumiem, nasz przewodniczący jest takim adwokatem diabła.
As far as I understand, the chair is the devil's advocate. Indeed, we can joke, however, we need to look for serious answers. To my mind, this challenge that awaits us before the NATO summit, it is not related to addressing the crisis in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, or ensuring peace in Ukraine. The thing is that the global security system has been fractured, and we will need to establish a different system, because if we see only Ukraine and give Ukraine the right leg and the left leg, so it's wrong to think that everything else will fall into its places. This is part of an illusion, because Putin is taking countries piece by piece, and I have in mind Belarus, Ukraine, Georgia, and other countries. Zelensky is firm about not making any territorial concessions. And this is based on the fact that Ukrainian nation cannot accept, cannot support any separation of the territories. It is prepared to continue fighting.
Wojsko węgierskie 18 000 żołnierzy, którzy grożą nam na Zakarpaciu. I w tym sensie, jeżeli by prezydent Zelensky
Ukrainian army consisting of millions of troops. If Zelensky said, we are giving up Donbass and Crimea, and we are choosing peace. On the 24th of February, the army and the people who took arms, they managed to stop the war in the suburbs. If we want the Vilnius summit to be a serious event, we need to have a point of view from an eagle's point of view rather than the frog's point of view. Now,
profesorius Nikžentaitis ir po to ambasadorius Pavilionis.
To give the floor to Professor Nikžentaitis, and later on I will give the floor to Mr. Pavilionis to summarize the conference. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Pavilionis for this initiative to have this conference on freedom and on the challenges that await us. Also about historical experience, about the presence. I see one of the biggest allies, and this is Ambassador Artur Michails. We have been talking, we have been saying that freedom is peace in the region with friendly neighbors. War is a terrible thing. However, it allowed us to realize an utopic idea that one day Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania will be free and we will be able to feel free. This is our task, this is our obligation and commitment before the future generations. And we want the Vilnius summit to be concluded in such a way that that allows us to feel safe. But we have to think about future and certain trends that were revealed by this war and that have to be strengthened. Soon we will have the re-establishment, the day of re-establishment of the state of Lithuania on the 11th of March. I used to be a little bit skeptical of the demonstrations and the people that rallied and kept saying Lithuania. Now I see that Ukraine's resistance to the aggressor was possible thanks to our solidarity. Therefore, I would like to say to those who used to cry Lithuania for Lithuanians, Poland for Poles, I would like them to say that freedom for freedom-loving people, because only freedom-loving people can discuss future and they can assist each other. Thank you once again. I would like to thank everyone present. There were not many of us, however, I can say that each person, each presenter, each moderator has walked this way of freedom. I do trust each and every one of you. So let us do our best for this circle to expand. All of us are united by understanding and the wish for freedom. Mr. Pavilionis.
Thank you, Mr. Pavilionis. Well, I want to make several conclusions, but first I want to react to what Mr. Nikžentaitis said. Well, we are not few and far between. It's actually just an image. People are busy. We are preparing for some major things. We had to speak of the same as here, and very many colleagues here in the parliament think likewise. So the first conclusion, I remember somebody said that if we don't resist on time, or if we don't make a decision on time, nations pay huge prices. This is the lesson of our history. And I look at the Belarusians and say that you are paying the price. I heard Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya for the first time speaking about the Western course after the third Kalinovsky conference after the 24th of February. And this is what was lacking. And we felt this lack for 30 years. There was only an illusion that you can create a freedom that is neutral. Freedom is not a neutral notion. I see the same in Georgia now. I saw the same in Yanukovych, Ukraine, in Pakhotniuk's Moldova, and also among some of our politicians. Lithuanians and Poles decided to go west from so long ago, and that's why we are free now. And this flirting with different sides can make you pay the price. I personally have gone the path of integration into NATO and the European Union. I'm very romantic about the Vilnius summit. Let us look at the historic statistics. Lithuania applied for membership in 1994, 1995. 3 years later, Brussels rejected us because we acted like Georgia is acting now. We did not take into consideration all the confederations. And we got the approval only 5 years later. And Ukrainians got their candidate status 3 months later. They applied and they got the candidate status 3 months later. As a professional, I think that this is just a wow. This is an achievement. This has not an unprecedented thing in the history of the European Union. And therefore, I have a certain inner feeling that something similar might happen with NATO. But our friends in Washington said, please tell those Ukrainians that it's not Vilnius summit that is most important, but the membership itself is the most important. Let us remember that we fought for 12 years to get the Bush and stamp. The world was not evil at that time, and I still believe that we might draw the parallels with the EU candidate status, that it will take several months. I believe that Vilnius will open the door for Ukraine's NATO membership, and I have an inner feeling, well, we all understand that we cannot postpone this issue after the presidential election in the United States of America, and I hope that I believe actually that all the wise people think that Washington summit will be next. We will see. Everything will depend on the battlefield and our own achievements. And finally, we have compliments for Mr. Nikžentaitis. I remember when we just started doing something with the conferences and with the Lublin Triangle. And I was reminded not to forget the Belarusians. And we had some difficulties. Well, we with Mr. Beshta, we were the witnesses of that. These talks were not that easy. The nations that we're talking now about are not used to looking into each other's eyes. They used to look in the eyes of Moscow. Actually, Moldovans asked me to make contacts between them and Ukrainians. And I believe that this willingness to make contacts is becoming true. Yes, Belarusians and Ukrainians are also paying the price for their late decisions. I remember my previous talks with the Ukrainian ambassadors who would send me in the direction that the Russian vessel was sent. Just some historians would touch upon the possibility of having this Lublin IV. It's not. We have to have the vision as our main plan. Let us not listen to those who were used to teach us for 30 and 40 years. We remember the lessons in Berlin and Paris. Let us fight as lions. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, participants and speakers, Excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for following us online. Thank you for inviting me. I tried to provoke you a little bit. I hope that I managed to do that. I thank the moderator and for his personal efforts for the Ukrainian nation. Ladies and and gentlemen, if you want to visit the embassy, I would like to remind you that at 5 o'clock the bus is leaving to the Polish embassy, where we will be able to continue the conversations in a more informal way. Thank you.